Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Okay, good morning. We're back on the record in PC59, the limited income mechanisms for utility customers. We heard a lot a couple days ago about what the problem is, and now we want to hear some ideas about some possible solutions. So, we have somebody who's kind of calling the. Yeah, so go ahead. And you want to come up here and bring anybody else you got? Go ahead. So.
Good morning, Chair Hoover, Commissioners, David Lapp for the Office of People's Counsel. We have some illnesses and vacations in the office, so I'm here alone right now. Julie Bell is in the room. I do have to leave pretty quickly after this, but we will be either in the room or monitoring on the YouTube and available to follow up on anything that comes up.
Okay.
I wanted to start out, let me say I want to cover 4 areas, and I'll try and do this pretty quickly. I want to talk about our recommendation regarding giving information and educating the General Assembly on energy burdens, some principles if the Commission decides to do rate discounts for low-income customers or limited income customers. Then I want to talk about our what I would say are less regressive alternatives that we discussed in our supplemental comments, and then I want to briefly touch on an option that came up after our supplemental comments, just to flag a different idea. I did have a couple slides. Are they? Okay. Is this mic's working as well? Okay, slide over. And I don't see, is there a trick? Okay, I think it's here. Yeah. Will this show up on the screen? Okay, yeah, there we go. Perfect. And this gets a little bit to the previous topic, but I think it's really important that the General Assembly get accurate information on energy burdens. And we're a little concerned about some of the information shared in the last hearing about the extent of those burdens. And some of this is addressed in our comments, but we heard Exelon say that low-income customers have an energy burden that are nationally on average or just above the baseline of 6% energy burden. And that is not the information that we have found ourselves, and nor the information that a number of other organizations have found. So this is what Exelon said in their comments: 6.8% energy burden PHI for BGE, PHI 5.9. We also heard them talk about the average bill and compare it to the current bill in 2024, lower than the bill they had, the average bill back in 2008 when Empower Maryland began. So it's those statements that I really want to flag. This is from our 2022. We updated the 2018 low-income market characterization report, and you can see the energy burdens under the average gross energy, the middle column, substantially above those amounts. Now, depending on how you parse all these numbers, you come up with different results. And I'll get to a few other examples of different the way these show up in different numbers, but all the numbers that you'll see aside from the Exelon numbers show substantially higher energy burdens for low-income customers. Before showing some of those examples, I want to just talk about this 2008 comparison. Now, 2008, it happens to be about the time that Empower began, but more importantly, it's when gas commodity prices hit an all-time peak. And this has nothing to do with Empower. It has everything to do with gas commodity prices. And this is from our rates report. And you can see here that the supply charge in 2008 was over $1,000, whereas today it's just above $400. So the distribution rate here is what has increased, and which doesn't go down and is not volatile. And so you can see here that this comparison to 2000, if you take any year after 2008, that going back 26 years, this comparison is invalid. And this slide shows the percentage of average customer bills that are the distribution costs versus the supply costs. And of course, that percentage is going to change depending on the commodity cost, which is highly volatile. So that's why you see it going up and down. But you can see in 2008, it was 71% supply, 29% distribution, and it's essentially flipped in 2024. And this slide here shows if you take the 2008 commodity price and you just use that commodity price for these future years, how high the bill really goes. And of course, we know that gas commodity prices can jump as they did 2 years ago at any point in time, and customers are extremely volatile are vulnerable to those volatile prices. This just shows this is a report from the Citizens Utility Board showing that Maryland ranks 40th of 50 of the states in terms of affordability. This is another figure on affordability showing Maryland's rates rank 35th of all states and DC. And these are just different examples of numbers, showing that Maryland rates are high, Maryland bills are high, and Maryland energy burdens are really high. We took the EEI data from 2023 that shows Maryland's average rates are at 16.5 cents, and 35 states have lower rates. The monthly data for this past June, Maryland was 37th in terms of this is the all-in rate. So this is what you can get on EIA data. So this includes all the charges, distribution and commodity. And if you use the EIA Southeast region, you can see here that Maryland's rates are the highest in the Southeast region. That's one of the ways that EIA breaks down the different regions. Maryland is the red line at the top. And finally, this is taking EIA data for the PJM states, and you can see where Maryland's rates, these are all in rates again, where Maryland is among the highest states in terms of its electric rates. And then finally, this is from a report that I think came out this week or the end of last week from ACEEE showing that 26%, a quarter of low-income households in Baltimore are above or 26% energy burden, which is extraordinary. We should keep in mind this, and I want to emphasize that I'm sharing this because we think it's important that the legislature hear from the Public Service Commission about the energy burdens that are being felt by Maryland customers, and we are concerned that the legislature gets different information than this, and doesn't fully understand the significance of the energy burden. So with that, I will move on to the rest of my comments. Is this mic working?
Chairman, I think that was
Is-
off. Can I guess one little question?
So just, yeah, so
Sure.
one clarifying question. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so on the, I also pulled data down from the Energy Information Agency, and I must be looking at the wrong charts. So all I would ask is that you send to us the link of the report that got you to those numbers that show Maryland was doing so poorly, because I I got I got something that had Maryland being sort of middling, but maybe I picked the wrong data table. So if you could send us a link to the data table that you used for that chart, I'd very much appreciate it.
Sure. Yeah, we can.
I mean, there are so many
Yeah.
chart tables that I do not doubt that I could have made a mistake in picking data. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Commissioner, that's part of the point, is that these numbers, unless you shared and disclose how these numbers are being calculated, you can move them around as the comparison to 2008 shows. That is not at all attributable to Empower, and in fact, as I think you heard in the last hearing in this case, it's even if Empower were a factor, it was just a factor, and what really makes a difference in terms of increased energy efficiency are standards, and we've seen federal standards for energy efficiency, make a real difference. But really, what's driving that comparison is the commodity price. So I want to quickly just hit on some key principles for low income discounts, if that is the direction the Commission chooses to go. And just summarize, most of these points are made in our comments, and I'll be quick here. But we support a tiered approach that is targeted toward a 6% energy burden. And as you move up in income, the benefits should be reduced, so the maximum, so the lowest income people get the most benefit. We really think what's important is to lower bills and not rates. So a low income mechanism is likely to be a bill subsidy. We strongly recommend that you tie that as closely as possible to measures that will help low-income customers reduce their bills, such as free energy audits or other measures that can help long-term. We generally think that any low-income mechanism should be consistent across the state. There, of course, may be some deviations, slight deviations in utility service territories, but there should be, general principles that apply across the state. We support an allocation to all customer classes along the lines of EUSP. EUSP in the statute, it's $37 million a year, $27 million to commercial industrial customers, and $9.5 million roughly for residential customers. Any measures should include reporting and accounting of all the funds. And we think there, just like the EUSP charge, there should be transparency on customer bills relating to any additional cost to to provide low income rates. Streamlined eligibility, we've talked about that. I think you understand how important that is. We have in our initial comments some suggestions for increasing the categorical eligibility, the different service programs that could be incorporated into the categorical eligibility. And to the extent possible, we suggest that they be implemented through existing programs. So with that, I want to turn to our supplemental comments, and are sort of what we termed in our comments as outside of the box ideas. And the principles here that we are trying to advance are to avoid regressivity, um, and to align any mechanism as closely as possible with cost causation principles. And I wanted to highlight, just so we're starting from the same place, the language in the undue discrimination requirement, and this is 4-503B, and that's the language which the legislature said does not apply. And this is language that is long-standing utility regulation language, very important in many respects to, for customers, for residential customers, that prohibits undue discrimination. So the language that is waived, so it does not apply here, says that a public service company may not directly or indirectly by any means, including special rates, rebates, drawbacks, or refunds, get compensation that is greater or less than from any other person under substantially similar circumstances, extend a privilege. I'm sort of abbreviating it here, but extend a privilege except ones that are extended uniformly to all persons under substantially similar conditions. It can't discriminate against a person, a locality, or a particular class of service, or give undue or unreasonable preference to or cause undue or unreasonable prejudice to a person, locality, or particular class of service. So those long-standing principles of regulation do not apply to low-income mechanisms. And the other, of course, principle, the legislature adopted this statute but did not repeal other provisions of the Public Utilities article, including the requirement that rates be just and reasonable. So that presents some challenges, but the waiver of the undue discrimination requirement is very clear. And low-income mechanisms defined in 4309 are defined quite broadly. They may include a program, tariff provision, credit, rate, rider, or other means. So this leaves the Commission with quite a bit of discretion as to how to proceed with low-income mechanisms. And we think the Commission should look at that discretion and use it to avoid regressivity. And we know that if we have customers seeing higher rates, and those are paid for, or a subsidy increases rates for all customers, for customers below a certain line, that's going to be potentially burdensome for those customers, potentially create a little vicious cycle where more customers become low-income qualifying customers. So this is what we're trying to address with our ideas in our supplemental comments. And there's two steps to it. One is to figure out how to raise the funds necessary to provide benefits to low-income customers. And the other then is to identify programs. And what we are proposing is ways to do both of those with minimizing the regressive nature of just a low-income discount. So I'll address funding and then programs quickly here. So the idea for funding, if you've read our comments, is that you can focus on high consumption users and high income people to channel to gather the funds for this, and leave like middle, low and moderate income customers alone. Now, we think generally the literature shows that there's a correlation between high consumption and high income, but there obviously are exceptions to that. There is, SMECO is an example of, potentially almost a utility-wide exception, because SMECO customers, many of them use electric resistance heating in the winter, and so they're going to be high consumers. There's a recent report from the National Energy Assistant Directors Association, and it shows, based on 2020 data, that households with annual incomes from $5,000 to $9,000 have about half the electric bill of those with annual incomes over $150,000. Basically a $1,300 bill versus a $2,600 bill. So there, you can make, we think you can make some general conclusions about high consumption and high incomes. However, we recognize that there are issues with that, so we suggest in our comments some ways of possibly vetting the high consumption in order to target only areas with high incomes. But we recognize there are challenges in that, and that would require some further investigation. It might require some exceptions, or the ability to obtain an exception from a higher rate, and there are some administrative challenges. I want to turn to programs, and I expect you may have some questions. I'll be happy to answer some questions. I want to just get through these remarks. So the legislature wants the Public Service Commission to advance programs to address climate, and there are various examples. Empower is now one. The DRIVE Act is one. Community solar, battery storage, all these programs increase rates, but they also potentially can be used to lower capital investments to help with distribution planning, in addition to helping the state meet its climate goals. So an example that we highlight in our comments is the DRIVE Act, and that allows for incentives for renewable on-site generating systems, which is essentially battery storage. The most likely example is storage and solar. And we're concerned that low-income customers, like we've seen historically with Empower, low-income customers have paid about $50 million into Empower to get about $28 million in benefits back, and we now have goals in the legislation to help correct that problem. But we think, like, the DRIVE Act poses similar problems. People who are struggling paying for their food bills, paying their rent, paying their electricity bills, prescriptions, etc., are not likely to be looking at a battery storage for their homes. So the concept here is that we utilize this waiver of undue discrimination and target programs to neighborhoods, low-income neighborhoods in particular, that we can identify using zip code or American Community Survey data from the Census Bureau, and use that along with information from the utilities about where upgrades might be anticipated in the future, and avoid those upgrades through really aggressive funding of programs through the DRIVE Act, Empower, Community Solar. These programs can be used in a way where we really target a large amount of subsidy or make it completely free with a low-income mechanism, where we can have some confidence that we might be able to avoid capital infrastructure investments or delay them, and then we see benefits for everybody. So again, we recognize there's some challenges administratively, but there are also big benefits. They avoid the regressivity of across-the-board rate increases for all households. They reduce energy costs for low-income customers and customer bills as opposed to just a discount off of a bill that remains high. And they potentially benefit all customers in the form of reduced capital spending, and it adheres more closely to cost causation principles. So with that, I came across some testimony in, it was a case in Colorado. I'm not sure why I was reading it, but I wasn't reading it for this purpose. But it had a different program that I thought was interesting. It had a mandatory opt-out bill charge for that provided funding for low-income programs. So they call it an energy assistance system benefit charge, and it's an opt-out charge that appears on customers' monthly bills that is assessed to help finance energy assistance as well as weatherization for low-income households. So it shows up on a bill. Customers are educated that they can opt out from that charge. The current charge is is 79 cents a month, and it adjusts with inflation according to a local Colorado CPI, and the contributions go to a nonprofit, Energy Outreach Colorado, and they use the money to provide bill assistance and to do retrofits and weatherization. And we thought that was an interesting concept, sort of a voluntary donation. We recognize that on Pepco has a Good Neighbors, and BGE has Fuel Fund and they make some matching donations. I could not find, I did not notice on my Pepco bill, which I have looked at very closely at different points in time, and it was in small print at the very bottom. But what we're proposing is something a little bit different than that, or suggesting as for your consideration, an opt-out charge that would be more prominent, so that customers could opt out, but certainly would generate funding for low-income mechanisms. So with all that, I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Actually, Commissioner Barbe, we'll start.
Thank you. Let me just say on the record that the last time we had this public hearing, I went through a little bit of a thought experiment as to whether we should go to more volumetric charges, and I have to say that some of the counter-arguments offered by SMECO and by one other witness convinced me that we can't do something as simplistic as that. But let me ask you about an issue that's troubled me for a long time, even before I was on the Public Service Commission, and that is that a lot of LMI, low and moderate income individuals in our state live in apartment homes that in many cases don't individually meter electricity usage. And of course the property owner isn't paying the bills. He or she is taking that bill and cutting it up on some formula and sending it to his or her tenants. And so let me ask broadly how you think we ought to address this, because from my experience, I found that a disproportionate number of LMI renters were in a situation where they didn't have individual metering. The second thing, in the legislature, we were always a little hesitant about the Empower program because we knew that it raised bills, but we were satisfied that the offset would be subsidies for energy efficient appliances and weatherization. But in the case of an apartment where there's no individual metering, it's hard for me to see how those tenants ever benefit from the Empower program. And so I guess the question I have is, and perhaps this is something that can only be handled by the legislature, is it really fair to require an Empower charge for apartment dwellers who don't have individual metering? Because we're making them pay this money that they're not really going to benefit from.
I think, with if there's not sub-metering, and there may be folks in the room that know this better than I do, but there's not going to be, they're not getting a utility bill, so they're not specifically paying an Empower surcharge. It's going to be the Empower surcharge that the building owner pays. So
But they pass that along.
well, yeah, they certainly pass all that along. So, but if you were to eliminate that surcharge, you'd be eliminating the surcharge for a commercial customer and not a residential customer. But surely you're right, they pass that along. Now my reading, and we need to look at this more closely, but my understanding is that it would require the legislature to address the master metering problem. We would agree wholeheartedly that it is a problem and that the legislature should address it. And as part of that, we should not be allowing those. We should consider, the legislature should consider how those costs are passed on to tenants in apartment buildings. But
Well, we could never write a law that could effectively prohibit a pass along, because you couldn't hire enough cost accountants to enforce that.
Certainly. But the issue would be most properly addressed by requiring sub metering for the units in those apartment buildings or condominiums.
Okay, so my follow-up question would be, would you be supportive of using Empower funds to sub-meter?
I would have to, of using those funds to
Have the program actually say, we're going to set aside so much money for this building to sub-meter all the rental units. It would be expensive. It would be very, very expensive. I grant you that. But conceptually, would you be for or against that?
I would have to look at the Empower statute. I'm not sure how that would fold into the Empower statute. It might be permissible under the statute, but I've not looked at that particular issue, and we never want to ask you to do anything that is not consistent with the statute.
No, but the members of the legislature call us up all the time and
Sure.
ask our opinion, and I'm just curious to know what, as a representative of the ratepayers, how you would feel about that as a solution, even if it's not one that we would enact. How would I'd be curious to know whether you would think it would be a wise thing for the legislature to consider.
I guess my initial reaction is that cost should be borne by the building owners.
Oh, that's never going to happen. That ain't never going to happen.
Well, it could happen.
Well,
the
then they'll
legislature
just
might
increase
not.
the charge for parking your car. They will get, business people are, having been a business person, we are experts at passing costs along.
Yes, the legislature is very good at passing costs along to ratepayers, and I
That's
guess
true.
that's the concern, is that this would be, sort of another, burden thrown at ratepayers, which is partly why I opened my comments today with the need to make sure that the legislature understands, and it's not just about low-income burdens, it's about increasing rates and, programs, well-intentioned, good programs that, our office supports, but would much prefer to see those programs funded outside of, rates. So I think this would probably fall in that category, but to be honest, I'm answering your question on the fly, and
No,
would love to. It's an interesting idea.
Well, I know that all of these questions don't get instantaneously asked, but I wanted to throw it into the record so we can all think about it.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr.
appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation this morning. And and I appreciate the fact that you touch on a lot of the programs that we need to really be thinking hard how they can serve low-income customers. But given that this is this legislation, I guess it passed in 2020, and thanks to the eagle eye of a colleague, Commissioner Suchman, she kind of brought to our attention, hey, we haven't really done anything yet. This is requiring us to come up with, or consider low-income mechanisms. So I'd really like to focus on the LIMs and what we can do as a commission as quickly as possible to try to meet this legislative mandate and do so in a manner I think you put in your testimony that it's meaningful. The LIMs have already been deemed in the public interest, so I'd like to just really kind of hone in on what can we do, because I see one outcome today from these hearings is to provide some meaningful guidance to a work group and hopefully give them some a sense of urgency in coming back to us, I think, with some concrete action. So you did talk a little bit about the high consumption, high income customers. I think it's important when we look at these programs that we're not giving with one hand but taking more from another, that could go across the board to these the LIM or income eligible customers. Mm-hmm. So again, helping us kind of focus in on what can come out of this. Where are the types of actions we can take as a commission to again that would. I think we're hearing that they should be statewide to the extent possible, so that we do have some uniformity, and that they would also dovetail well with existing state programs. Is there any off the top of your head? You talked about this opt-out program, but I don't know if that in itself is a low-income mechanism. Have you heard anything from the record so far, or from some of the proposals that have already been made, that might be something that we should work toward?
Well, I mean, I do think the opt-out. I mean, the low-income mechanism is very broadly worded in the statute. I think it ends with any other means or some language similar to that. So I certainly think that would qualify. I think that the commission, we do think the commission should act on this. We've been very aware. The measure came in 2021, and we have actually been sort of deliberating over this internally in our office, but it's challenging because we're worried about a regressive implementation of it. But I certainly think that the commission could pursue two tracks. One is pursuing maybe the opt-out donation or some sort of tiered discount, while it considers some of the other options that might be that we suggest would be less regressive and more consistent with cost causation principles. So, I mean, that may sound complicated, but I mean, I think we are concerned with now with energy burdens, and we don't want to see this go to a working group for 2 years either. And we do recognize that some of these outside of the box ideas that we presented would take a little time. We would expect utilities to oppose them, and we would need data on hosting of substations and that sort of thing to identify where targeted investments that could really make a difference could be located, and that's going to take some time, and we don't want you to wait, or the utilities to wait, to adopt something that helps alleviate the burdens sooner rather than later. We certainly think that you could provide some specific guidance early on to get the ball rolling and get something in place, and certainly consider some of the other ideas in the working group and vet them and see if they're workable there.
Okay, great. Thank you for that answer. One area, and I mentioned this in the previous hearing, where I'm interested in getting feedback from all stakeholders, particularly from the Office of People's Counsel, and that is in the idea of actually creating an income eligible rate class. And in so doing, for those who qualify to be in that rate class, then we could, through normal, rate making and rate case proceedings, find ways to, shift some of the revenue requirements, the revenue increases, so that this would be obviously an under earning sector, but it would also, I think, have the advantage of some I guess, uniformity across the state. It would provide opportunities for Office of People's Counsel and other entities to provide input as to the where we would set the revenue requirement. Have you considered any of the things we might do, such as, again, looking at the rate making process, a tariff process, that we could actually take decisive action, but also it could complement whatever state programs might exist?
Well, I think if I'm understanding correctly, to do a discount rate, you would essentially have to have a new rate class for low income customers. The statute does give you some discretion in what that is. I think administratively, we have in our comments, we talk about the energy assistance and using area median income as opposed to FPL, although you could adjust FPL, but they do, right now there's differences in terms of how the Maryland programs, I believe, if I'm getting this right, this is where I could use help from my colleagues who are out, but I think EUSP uses FPL, and MEEP and GARA use area medium income, and I think our preference is to use the MEEP and GARA categories. And so I think you would be looking at creating a rate class, and then, within the context of a rate case, I think it would be, through the rate design, that, the revenue requirements for those, for those classes would be set.
Right. Also, I was just kind of was interested. I was noting that there are these services through internet and phone. They call it essential service, where they really try to strip down the product. Do you see any? We would need, I guess, authorization from the state legislature to really maybe try to create not only maybe a rate class, but create in that rate class a product that maybe excluded some of the charges that aren't related to the distribution charge and the commodity. Just again, because right now when I look at my bill, 10 to 15% of it are taxes and environmental surcharge and various other charges. If you also were to take those out, could we create a tariff that might be very targeted, and it would also be a way, it seems to me, to maybe not using taxpayer money, but maybe just not collecting the taxpayer money in the first place to try to come up with again affordability in a rate for an income eligible group. Have you ever considered that again as ways things we could do here to try to create an energy product that is already less expensive to begin to address the energy burden issues?
I guess a kilowatt hour is a kilowatt hour. So the way to differentiate might be along the lines of what you're suggesting, but I think like some of the taxes that would probably take legislation. I'm not sure that you could specifically address taxes, but as far as Empower and other charges, I mean that would be one way of establishing a discount rate, calculating those types of charges, and reducing, I'm not sure how that would make a difference. Maybe that would be a useful way of considering it within the context of a rate case. What the low income rate should best be. That would be one, perhaps useful way of analyzing the rate, the discount. We do think that ultimately we want to get to 6% or less energy burden, so I wouldn't want to rely exclusively on that. I guess you could do the math and see where you ended up and see if it was, working toward, really reducing, energy burdens for folks.
Yeah. Well, I was also thinking in terms of how we might, again, be able to dovetail with state programs. And it just seems if we could do some work here to try to come up with a mechanism that lowers rates, and then look then to the state to set a specific policy on the energy burden. So we're not necessarily in the policy making business, but the state could then figure out, okay, through our then state programs, how do we then potentially supplement income eligible customers to again reach a state target. But,
I mean, any of these mechanisms, of course, if the Empower goals, assuming they would stay the same and they're set in statute, then those costs would of course have to be picked up by the other rate classes, which is one of our concerns. But certainly if you eliminated Empower surcharges for low income, the surcharges would presumably have to go up for the other rate classes. But it's certainly an interesting way of sort of looking at the math and the numbers.
okay, yeah. And then the final, just simply next steps. You've worked with work groups extensively, I know. I mean, I was kind of thinking about the PGM critical issue fast path process, where certain times they assign a quicker pace. Usually they don't come up with great outcomes, but in any case, do you think that would be something we might be able to direct, or is there some other thing we could direct as far as a work group to try to expedite a process so that, again, we don't prolong this legislative mandate to create a mechanism?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be, in the guidance you give a working group, and the parameters of a working group to come up with something quickly. We don't want to have a 2024 capacity auction result, like,
Exactly.
but certainly, yes, I think you could, send, a strong message or directive to do something, very quickly, and I think we would support that, along with, potentially considering longer term, some of the other things that we've suggested. I think would take a little bit longer to figure out, but certainly we don't want to wait.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Lapp, for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Sussman.
Morning, Mr. Lapp. And thank you for your thoughtful suggestions. It's giving us a lot of things to think about on top of all the other things we have to think about. But I actually really appreciate your discussion about the regressive nature of proposals that can come sort of to us, and then things that we would impose. I mean, and I actually really appreciated Commissioner Barvey's discussion about the challenges of low-income customers living in master metered buildings. And I mean, and this is sort of my concern. I mean, Empower's done a lot of really good work, but Empower is an incredibly regressive program, and you won't see it any clearer than low-income customers living in master metered buildings that never get to take advantage of the Empower program pay their electricity bills through their rent, and then if we did something in a low-income mechanism here, they also wouldn't see the benefit of it because it would be they would be paying the same rates to the building owner, and they would sort of never see it, and so we're at the starting gate, and we have this opportunity to make sure that we're protecting customers regardless, low-income customers regardless of where they're living. So as we sort of go through this process, we need to think about ways in which we can reach those customers that are not paying an electricity bill. But whatever we do, we have to address the regressive nature, and it just seems to me that we can't, you know, if we create a separate class, we create a low-income mechanism, we can't have them pay for a mechanism that they're getting benefits from. And I do sort of, I'm concerned about the sort of legislation requires that we allocate across classes. Doesn't require that we allocate equitably across classes. So, but if we create a new class, I'm sort of concerned that the legislation may require that even that sort of new class pay for. So I'm wondering if we can we create a subclass within the residential class, so the residential class remains the residential class. Is there an opportunity, and I guess I'm sort of throwing that out, is there an opportunity for a subclass within the residential class so that we can meet the conditions of the statute, that it be, and this is not something that you have to answer, but maybe something to sort of take back. We have to make sure that whatever we do meets the conditions of the statute, but I'm pretty open to finding a way to make sure that that, you know, whatever we do for this, for the LMI community, that we don't also make them pay for what the benefits that we're giving them. So maybe just to kind of take that back, or if you've got an
Yeah.
answer to that question, that would be great.
I mean, we've, you know, sort of, you know, struggled with, you know, that language. How does that across customer class language work? I'm not sure that I would read it to require that low income customers, I mean, if they get the benefit, I think they would be, they would get the benefit through, you know, bill assistance, for example, in the simplest, you know, there would be a higher rate for all customers, and of course it would be, you know,
Right, so they could still be
all
on the
customer
same rate,
classes.
and then they get bill assistance.
Right,
Okay.
and so, you know, that way it is allocated, but across all customer classes, but they would, you know, sort of, it would be you know, increases bills
Right, and
by-
I'm not asking that
Yeah.
you give us an answer.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of raising that as a factor that we need to think about, make sure that we're following the statute, but also not making customers who need the assistance pay, at least in part, for the assistance that they're then getting back. And that was that kind of vicious cycle you talked about.
Yeah.
So I'm a little concerned. I mean, I understand the point of the 6% is kind of the threshold, but I'm a little concerned about looking to income for us and for utilities. It's not really what we do, and it's not really what they do. And the legislature, sort of in the last session, got, you know, sort of mindful of that, sort of creating these categories in which you automatically meet the conditions if you are getting the sort of the list of, and it just seems to me that that may be an easier way of approaching it, so that we don't have to get into the business of trying to figure out where is high income. Have another agency that's sort of better suited to make those kinds of determinations, make the determination. Then we can just we can sort of say, if you meet the MEP categories, then you qualify for and maybe if there are sort of differing levels of categories, we can say, if you meet these three categories, then you qualify for this level, and if you just meet two, you can. And I don't, but I think it would be better for us to not be in the business of making decisions about what high income means and who has high income. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm trying to find a way to make it as simple as possible.
I do, but I think I just want to distinguish between funding and benefits. So with benefits, I think we do have the information with OHEP on income, so that information is available in terms of who should benefit from the programs, from the low-income mechanisms. And so if you're talking about who receives the benefits, I think it's very appropriate to use what's there. Of course, as soon as you go above those levels, and we know that hopefully it seems like it's improving a lot with categorical eligibility, but even with categorical eligibility, we know that there are people low-income households who don't apply for and receive the benefits.
Right.
So there is an issue there.
Well, but we'll leave that to you. I think that we can't
Yeah.
we can't make people do this, but I think what we can say is this is what's available, and if you don't choose to sign up, you just won't get it. There's only so much
Right,
that we can
right.
all do.
But to get to 6%, I think there are estimates. The PSE study we have in our original comments, those it's hundreds of millions of dollars. So raising rates generally in order to provide those discounts means raising rates for low-income households that are not going to receive benefits because they're not applying. They exist. We don't know who they are. So I think there's a concern, about just and reasonable rates for those customers and for those customers who are just above that. So we certainly recognize that it would be administratively challenging to identify high income. The utilities do have information about consumption. So they are able to identify high consumption.
I just think I just worry. This seems like sort of I'm not sure that the juice is worth the squeeze. I'm worried that there's so much that we would have to do to sort of identify high income. And I don't know what high income means, so then we'd have to define what high income is. I'm just trying to find a way to make this work as seamlessly as possible. And I don't. Again, we're just sort of talking about opportunities, and so I think we can. You'll take this back, but it just seems to me that the much more streamlined approach is better. And I think determining who has a high income is going to be, and I don't think the utilities can or should be doing that. That's not what they do.
Oh, we don't think that the utilities should get income information. Absolutely not. They have it, for people who are eligible for income assistance, but that's a limited set that is in place today.
Okay.
We think the only way that you would be able to do it is to have some proxies, perhaps based on census data. It goes down pretty narrow, and so you could identify areas where most of the households are high income. You could allow for exceptions. There's no question that it would be, there's some administrative challenges there. So you have
Right.
no disagreement
Okay.
on that part, and we would understand, a reluctance to go there.
It's
We
just that
certainly,
I'm thinking about, the things that we can do, and the things that people would argue is overreach for us, and I'm not saying no, we shouldn't be doing that. I'm just worried about whether we can do it effectively.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's the concern. The legislature did, I mean, this statute authorizes the commission to essentially, deviate from undue discrimination, cost causation principles, and, give low-income customers a lower rate. And at the same time, it authorizes you to charge different rates. I mean, it's a complete waiver of that provision. So it is certainly, we think that it's within your authority to do it. We recognize the administrative challenges, but
Yeah.
the legislature did say this provision, it does not apply for these low income mechanisms, and we are concerned about just and reasonable rates for all customers. And for high users, you wouldn't have to do a cost causation analysis, but I think in theory, if the commission decided to do a proceeding outside of the low income mechanism provision to see if all residential customers are in substantially similar situations, that maybe you would find that they aren't, because low-income customers may be paying more generally to meet the utilities revenue requirements than they're imposing costs on the system when you have, wealthier households using twice as much electricity. There may be differences there. That's speculation, but that would be consistent with, I think you would have authority if you would decide there's another rate class that we should have, because the customers, these customers aren't in substantially similar situation as these other customers. That's for another day.
Yeah, right. So, I think my last line of questioning relates to your suggestion about monetizing a non-wire solution for low-income communities. I think that's so interesting. I mean, we've had this conversation before in other contexts of distribution system planning process, trying to find ways of not having to build out distribution or transmission, and so to the extent that there could be an identified solution that also benefits a low-income community, how can that be monetized? So that it's not lowering the rates. It's just recognizing that has a benefit to the system, and what should you be giving the community for doing that? I think that's really interesting and definitely worth exploring. And maybe we can explore it more in the distribution system planning process. But maybe there's an opportunity there for some kind of reflection of value to the system that can be returned to the low-income community. So I think that's definitely something worth exploring.
Exactly, and benefiting those low-income households with lower bills.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have.
So the Colorado program you talked about, and you don't know because you've only recently come across it, you can maybe let us know. But I mean, what has been the opt-out response of customers? I mean, are people okay with paying this, or are people actively opting out, in which case the pot of money starts dropping?
We can certainly look into that, but I know they've raised fund, they've had some significant funding, but I don't know, but we could certainly try and find out. that information. I'd be curious myself, but
Okay.
unfortunately, just came across this the
Yeah,
other
no,
day.
no, I understand it, and we can, on our own, we can also try to see if we can find out. So this idea of, I mean, it should be easy enough to figure out who the high income, high consumption people are by, again, looking at census data and demographic data that way. But if we adopt some proposal along those lines of giving benefits to low income customers that are essentially paid for by the high income, high consumption people, do we run the risk of creating resentment amongst the residential customers?
Well, I think there's always going to be that possibility. I'm not sure that those customers, depend on the funding level, how much they would, notice increases in their bills. They're less likely to than middle income customers. And there is a risk, of course, um, of alienating all customers by funding a lot of things through rate that are really social public policy goals, legitimate ones, but funding them through rates. And so this is our concern, and you can look at California as an example where they've funded a lot of public policies through rates and now have the highest rates in the country. So we're concerned about that with electrification, with the Drive Act, with Empower, all these efforts to provide subsidies through rates for electrification are going to increase electric bills and are going to make electrification less attractive, based on economics. And so there can be resentment there. I guess I think there is a risk of that, but there's a current risk already in play. If there's a tiered discount that's paid for by people just above the qualifying line, there's potential resentment, and some of those customers may then fall below the line. So the resentment potential is there regardless. And I guess our thought is that it may be less for customers who aren't going to notice as much because they are wealthier, a little bit of an increase in a bill as opposed to the middle income folks.
And then circling back to the master meter question, I mean, can an argument be made that the current system that allows these master metered buildings where the property owner just takes the utility bill and divides it up under some mechanism is essentially forcing other customers to subsidize the property owner's irresponsibility? I mean, there's been this historic problem where, landlords have not been interested in making investments in their buildings, to create energy efficiency and conservation because they don't pay the bills, so therefore they don't care. I mean, can the argument be made, particularly given the fact that the Empower law has now changed the focus from not just this goal of reducing energy demand and peak demand because it's a good public policy, but we're now tying it directly to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, that maybe the day has come where we need to, in fact, get rid of master meter buildings and make everybody get sub-metered as a way of putting the responsibility on folks and then allowing the low-income tenant to take advantage of Empower and all the other things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I should say we had identified the master meter problem in before we filed our supplemental comments, but didn't say anything about it because we think it probably needs legislation to address. But it is a huge problem for the reasons you just articulated, and it disempowers low-income customers from being able to take charge of their own bills and to either by reducing their consumption or by doing what they can as tenants or potentially, I think there are master meters in condominiums and other, and they're disincentivized um, to take action to reduce their bills, and along with, like, having to, the building owners are essentially are being subsidized by their tenants. So we certainly agree that that's a problem.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. So one follow-up, I guess. From that.
Right. So maybe this is less of a question than just an observation. So for the higher income customers that could see an increase in their bill as a result of some kind of mechanism that we put in place, they're also paying for arrearages. To the extent, I mean, utilities got arrearages, they get cost recovery for that. To the extent that we can lower arrearages by allowing and empowering customers to be able to pay their bills, that's going to be something that high income customers are not going to see as it reflected in their bill. So it's not just, it doesn't just go in one direction. They're going to maybe see higher rates or a higher bill or a higher charge reflected by the LMI or the LIM, but they're also not going to see arrearages that are in that bill, and maybe that's something that you'll have to explain. We'll have to explain.
Yeah.
I actually have, I just wonder if there's a way, and I don't know who has this sort of information, sort of the numbers of master metered apartment buildings in Maryland. I wonder if there's a way that we can get those numbers.
Yeah. Maybe something we can research. So,
Right.
Commissioner Barbe.
Yeah, just on that last thing, that would be hard to get because, especially in the city of Baltimore, there are a lot of property owners who inherited a home from their parents. They live somewhere else and they have two tenants. And obviously, they're not going to individually meter for those two tenants, and I doubt that that's reported to anybody anywhere. But in any case, getting back to this whole issue of identifying who's a wealthy or wealthier ratepayer as opposed to somebody who's middle income or LMI. That's a little problematic because take, for example, myself and my wife. We don't have children. So our next door neighbor has two children, literally. And so they're going to use, and let's just assume for the sake of argument, they make as much money as we do. But because they have two children, they're going to be using a lot more electricity than we do. And I'm just curious to know whether or not, if we're going to go into the number crunch of determining who's wealthy and who's merely middle income as opposed to LMI, should we be factoring into these calculations family size? Because I'm willing to assume that there are lots of LMI ratepayers in the state of Maryland who use more electricity than me and my wife because they have children and we don't. Should we be factoring family size into these calculations?
I mean, certainly, I think, family size, the AMI and FPL standards account for family size. I think that you would want to set, first of all, I think that these are all, I admittedly challenging questions that, I'm not going to be able to answer, but I do think that it may be possible to identify areas where, the housing is higher cost housing. And so regardless of family size, the incomes are going to be substantially above a threshold of maybe it's 150,000 a year, maybe it's 200,000 a year. But I think you would want to, have a threshold high enough that, a family of four is living comfortably within that, or a family of five. I mean, I think those things would have to be taken into consideration.
So we would have to create a formula of some sort.
Well, I think you would have to have a consumption threshold. So in a sense that there would be a formula there, then you would have to, so that would be the consumption part, and then you would have to have a means to identify higher income households. And either, we've thrown out there, census tract, zip code data, then I think you would also want to have a relief valve for any lower income or challenged households that might otherwise be within that area to be exempt from any higher rate.
Well, I mean, the reason I bring this up is that Commissioner Richard has basically, and forgive me if I'm mischaracterizing what I've heard you say, you want to be able to identify people who are in need, but not necessarily parse out everybody else. Is that a fair?
With the customer class.
Yeah, with the customer. Okay. I actually think that's a simpler and more straightforward way to go, rather than starting to stratify differing levels of wealth.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you would want to have different levels of wealth with, several different rates. I mean, we're suggesting, the least administrative challenging of just hiring one, identifying one category of individuals. We think the statute allows that. It's not comfortable. I admit that, and there would be administrative challenges. But we are very concerned about all those people who are middle income and could otherwise be facing some hardships to if a low income mechanism is really going to make a difference in terms of affordability, there has to be some substantial funding. Again, I would just go back and to what I started out with, and I think the legislature really needs to understand, that rates have gone up, costs are going up, energy burdens are high. That needs to be shared with the legislature, clearly and unequivocally.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, so I guess now we're going to turn to the Department of Human Services, and we're glad to have the secretary here. So if you want to bring any and all of your folks up to the table, go right ahead.
Good morning.
And actually, if you could just introduce yourself
Absolutely.
for the court reporter, so that it'll be
Absolutely.
recorded on the record. So.
Yes. So good morning, Chair Hoover and members of the Commission. I am Rafael Lopez, and I serve as the Secretary of the Department of Human Services. Rafael, last name Lopez. Accent on the O. And to my right, I am joined by Courtney Thomas Winterberg, who is serving currently as the Acting Director of the Office of Home Energy Programs since May, and permanently serves as our Director of the local Department of Social Services in the County of Allegheny. So today we want to first acknowledge that we inherited some significant patterns of brokenness within the Office of Home Energy Programs that we have been working very hard to fix, and want to walk through those very transparently. As a result, we continue to make some significant changes. We are also recruiting for new leadership. So if you would like to help recruit, please encourage people to apply for the office of the director. We have tried to convince Courtney to stay longer, but she has seen behind the curtain how difficult this job is, as well as the many gifts we have inherited, which we're going to talk about. We are also proactively course-correcting a variety of issues, which I'll lift up as we stabilize OHEB in state fiscal year 2025. So for context and for the record, OHEB administers energy assistance benefits through a network of local departments of social services, much like Allegheny County, through a series of contracts with nonprofit organizations called community action agencies, or CAAs, and local municipalities throughout the state of Maryland. Each year, we provide services to thousands of Maryland households, many of whom are seniors, so they can pay for utilities needed to stay warm during the winter months, cool during the summer months, prepare meals, power essential equipment like oxygen tanks, etc., and other medical equipment. In fact, we have today in the audience several of our key advocacy partners who are instrumental in making sure that Marylanders get connected to the help they need when they need it. Of the approximately $200 million in OHIP budget that we currently manage, I want to walk you through sort of where the sources of revenue come from and how we direct that work. So first, nearly $59 million is from a federally allocated low-income home energy assistance program grant that we receive from the U.S. Department of Human Services Administration for Children and Families. We have not received our federal fiscal year 2025 grant allocation yet, and which no longer includes additional federal COVID pandemic funding, which ended in 2023. As you might recall, there was a significant investment nationally during the pandemic, and there's been some significant decreases in the federal allocation to states across the country. Number two, we have approximately $30 million from the state's Electric Universal Service Program, or USP. And third, approximately $94 million through the Maryland Strategic Energy Investment Fund. Together, these funds provide both home heating and cooling help through the Maryland Energy Assistance Program, or MEAP, which has already been mentioned this morning, and electric bill payment and arrearage assistance through the Electric Universal Service Program, or EUSP. We also fund weatherization and home energy efficiency grants through the state's Department of Housing and Community Development Department, who's an instrumental partner of ours. Last year, a record number of Marylanders sought our help with their energy bills. In fact, it was 70% more last year than the year before. And in spite of receiving a record 243,252 applications in state fiscal year 2024, we served 6% fewer Maryland households than in 2023. And that was clearly not acceptable. So we did some homework. We committed to the legislature that we were going to visit offices in person and better understand what exactly it was that we had inherited with OHIP. And we found a couple of things which should not be happening in the state of Maryland across our programs. Number one, there were significant higher energy costs, which are clearly out of our direct control but contributed to some of the challenges. Second, we had the implementation of new category eligibility, which increased access for eligible Marylanders, and we celebrate that access. But the commensurate structures and operations and management to respond to that access were not in place at all. And we had a significant number of fiscal and other management challenges, which we began to uncover as we visited the state. We also had a continued failed utilization of MD Think as a technology platform to make it easy to apply for and receive benefits. So we began to tackle all of those things as we uncovered them. So for example, senior members of our leadership team, and myself included, in some combination personally visited all of these offices. Some combination of the LDSSs, the local departments, the community action agencies, which are the nonprofit partners, and others. And we did so between the months of March and April. From what I understand, no secretary has done that ever, and neither have the leadership teams. So we began to see firsthand the challenges, literally walking into rooms with unprocessed paper applications, some rooms that had boxes piled 10 boxes high. When we asked basic questions like, why do we do it that way? Most people said, we don't know, DHS just told us we had to. So there's a lot of policy by myth out in the field, and we began to immediately course correct. And I want to lift up a couple of practical examples on the record as to why these kinds of sweating the details of governing, as the governor has said, matters immensely to Marylanders. One of them was the fact that many of our staff, both state employees and members of the staffs of community action agencies, were manually re-entering the same data multiple times, printing it out, and putting it in other systems. Literally stood there and watched this, and we asked, well, why do you do that? Again, no one says we could do it differently, including the fact that there were no scanners to scan documents to enter information. It made 0 sense. So literally that day, we sent out an email and said, all of these people are going to get scanners. Why? To more efficiently enter data and not hold the application process up. So as simple as the issue of paper and asking repeated questions that don't have to be asked multiple times, which in fact ultimately on the Marylander is making them prove their poverty over and over and over. So we made some very quick course corrections, as basic as the scanners and not asking things. And all of these things compounded to why we had to pause in April of 2024. Call it operational, call it fiscal, call it management, all of those things over years sort of came crashing down with the increased number of applications. We resumed payments on July 1st after the new state fiscal year started, and our local administering agency partners, we've learned were simply not trained properly. Many of the rules that they were using to make determinations were simply antiquated, or they weren't getting clear answers from our department. And so we immediately took course correction and began to streamline. Again, an example of something that Courtney did as she has honorably served in this acting role. We didn't even have an accurate list of all of our partners. And we were sending in from emails, something like 75% were being returned. So just the task of making sure the right leaders had the right information, who were ultimately able to implement the home energy programs with consistency and excellence. So we're giving clear guidance. And clearly everything I've just lifted up to you is not acceptable. We cannot work this way as a state. We cannot govern this way. And so you have our commitment, and we've made the same commitment to the legislature publicly on the record and in writing to do better and to continue to do better to bring about world-class customer service to the Marylanders we serve. In terms of practical things, we took some immediate action over the past 75 days, including building and strengthening the existing leadership team within the Office of Home Energy Programs and across the board, proactively recruiting for key roles to help us more thoughtfully manage this program statewide. We have proactively increased our communications, not with just entities like yours, but with the legislature, with our partners, and we've been 100% transparent so that we don't tell the legislature one thing and our community partners another, actually showing them through a series of town halls and follow-up emails all virtual access to documents so everyone sees the consistency of what we're doing across the state. We've made administrative changes that will greatly improve how accurately and quickly we determine the eligibility of an application. For example, we will no longer print out digital forms. That makes no sense to us. Or request documents to which we already have access. Again, streamlining, efficiently, managing the program more efficiently. And we delivered, as I said, high-speed scanners, so staff do not have to manually data enter forms. This will empower us to use our collective efforts more thoughtfully so that the humans can do the human services work of connecting with people and not just spending as much time on the processing of things that can be done more technologically savvily. We prioritized and updated our online applications to ensure all necessary data is captured and focused on paying our OHEP vendors on time. It was stunning how many times I had to personally, or Courtney has had to personally, apologize to people for a lack of communication on when they were going to get paid by the state of Maryland. And that doesn't make any sense. So being clear about that and holding ourselves and our partners accountable both for payment and performance. We are also rebuilding OHEP to require a much more disciplined and sustained effort to clean up these years of ultimately neglect. And we own that, although one of my colleagues said, we don't necessarily own that because we weren't here, we didn't make it happen, but it's on our shoulders now, and Marylanders don't want to hear excuses for why it will continue. Now, a little about the benefits changes, which I know have been the subject of much rumor and consternation statewide, so I want to sort of clear the record on that. Starting July 1st of this year, we adjusted the amount of benefits given to each household to allow us to help as many Marylanders as possible, particularly those who need our help the most. And these changes will allow us to serve as many Marylanders as possible. We are aligning eligibility for all assistance programs at 200% of the federal poverty level. So my colleague from the Office of Public Counsel mentioned eligibility that has been previously confusing. I think Commissioner Suchman asked that question. We are trying to streamline that so it's easy for our customers to engage us and to provide access that's connected to SB1. So specifically, we're aligning those eligibility requirements at 200% of the federal poverty level. We are also further improving our automatic enrollment of eligible individuals. So based on our analysis over the last couple of months, we anticipate providing benefits to 270,000 households, which, when done well, we want to be able to come back to you and say that that's a 198% increase over households served in FY24. How are we doing this? We are using data to drive our strategy and connecting it to one of our core values of the Moore Miller administration, which is to be heart-led and data-driven. And that's based on our available data and projections. If a household does not meet category categorical eligibility, but does meet the current income qualification of 200% of federal poverty level, we will work with them on the eligibility determination. And that goes back to using our staff and the partner staff more wisely to make those kinds of human interaction connections and determinations. By way of context, generally, we ask for a photo ID, proof of primary residence, and social security cards, which are required particularly for the federal portions of the money we use to fund our programs. We will also, despite some untrue rumors, are happily work with undocumented customers who are our Maryland brothers and sisters and neighbors to see if others in the household have social security numbers that may affect eligibility. So we're being very thoughtful about our outreach and connectivity there. Maryland Energy Assistance Grants are individually calculated for each household based on 3 factors. Number 1, the type of fuel used. Number 2, household income. And number 3, household size. So to Commissioner Barvet's question about, 2 individuals in a household, 4 in the house next door with 2 children, depending on the income that is used, that is gathered by the family and the type of fuel used, these are the kinds of calculations we're taking into account to make sure Marylanders get served. And the exact amount of Electric Universal Service Program, or the USP grant, is based on 4 factors. Number 1, average kilowatt hour cost in Maryland. Number 2, household primary heat source. Number 3, household income relative to household size. And number 4, prior 12-month kilowatt usage. So to better project and manage available funding, OHEP will issue flat rate benefits in FY25 based on these factors. We invite new applications for energy assistance. We've been proactively sharing messages with partners, advocates across the state, and trying a new way of engaging our customers, both in English and Spanish, another important language access issue that the department had not previously consistently done. Those who are not automatically eligible may apply online at MyMDThink. And those with a disconnect notice or have had their service terminated, we encourage to contact their local OHEP office. And we're trying to be very deliberate with the partnership of the directors of all of our 24 departments of social services to have no wrong door when helping customers. Again, trying to change the culture of world-class customer service. We began processing and issuing customer payments on July 1st of this year and have been carefully monitoring our received applications statewide. And so far, we have not, these changes, particularly on the operational side, are working. Not perfect. We have lots of room for improvement, but one of the litmus tests is both direct calls from our customers or people walking into our departments of social services, and also the advocates telling us their experience of how they're interacting with our team statewide. And again, while imperfect, it's a significant change in the last couple of months. We intend to review all applications within 14 days after we receive a complete application, and to make a final determination within 45 days after we receive the complete application. And we're tracking that data, and we'll be transparently sharing that with the legislature as well, and we'll actually be placing it on our website for transparency's sake moving forward. OHEP will work with our utility company partners to make sure customers with the pending FY25 MEP or EUSP application will not have their service terminated. And again, that's about being proactive with our partners and trying to really, quite frankly, handhold and help our customers when they're in that moment. We also want to take a moment to thank the Public Service Commission for your partnership. We're thankful to Chair Hoover for your leadership of the Commission and its partnership over the last 5 months as we began to untangle these things. Your staff has been very helpful in aligning our work ahead, and we hope to reciprocate today by providing more information for your deliberations based on fact and not in rumor. I'd also like to speak about 2 other items which I know have been of interest to you, which is Senate Bill 1 of 2024 and the issue of community solar subscriptions. So on the first matter of Senate Bill 1, we are supportive of all the work done by advocacy stakeholders and community organizations and the General Assembly on SB 1, and we hope that the Commission's deliberations today will result in help for more Marylanders. This year, we intend to solicit our customers' consent to share enrollment data so that we ensure that limited income mechanisms are effectively implemented. And that's about making sure we use the data to drive our strategy more efficiently on behalf of the customer with their consent. We will work with the Commission and utilities over FY 2025 to implement this data sharing initiative. And as you all know, sharing data is easier said than done in state government, and we want to be deliberate about making sure we're doing it both with consent and in the spirit of being much more efficient. On the issue of community solar subscriptions, our team took a hard look at why we were doing things the way we were. and I would argue that it's a little bit of policy by myth again. And while I cannot speak to why we did not, why we weren't more proactive historically, what we can say is that with recent federal guideline changes, we are excited about the possibility of supporting community solar subscriptions beginning in state fiscal year 2026. And I want to be clear, we looked into the Commission's question about regulatory authority, and there literally is no federal or state prohibition against the use of LIHEAP federal funding for community solar subscriptions. That was simply a choice that the Department of Human Services made at some point in time. It is the same total bucket of funds that we receive as a federal block grant. So we have the discretion or the authority to be more flexible and to be more creative, and that's what we intend to do beginning in fiscal year 2026. We look forward to learning more from pilot jurisdictions such as Washington, D.C., Illinois, and New Mexico, and adding this new tool to our toolbox as we advocate for Marylanders. There are a number of significant potential benefits, but our focus right now is on learning how to implement community solar subscriptions into our workflow so that things work well and that we are being deliberate about these changes that we've made already, make sure we have some success, make sure that, most importantly, customers receive the help they need when they need it, and that's about partnership, not just with you and organizations across the state, but partnership that seeks the support and the candor and honesty required to make the kinds of changes that ultimately we have begun to make this year. So we are grateful again to your partnership. We look forward to working with you and to reporting about the significant progress we intend to continue making in the Office of Home Energy Programs. And with that said, Courtney and I are here to answer any of your questions.
Well, first, let me just thank you for taking time to come and see us, and we appreciate all the work that your department's been doing on this issue. I have been dealing with the energy assistance issue for a long, long time in a lot of different capacities, and I fully understand how difficult the job's been. On the last point about the community solar subscription thing, I understand there's a lot of different moving parts, both from the community solar developers, the utilities, us, and now you. So, and we're sort of setting that up now as a permanent program. So I guess my suggestion to you and offer to you is, as you're trying to facilitate the use of your funds for this, if there are things that we need to change vis-a-vis the community solar developers or the utilities that make all that work for our clients, so to speak, we're perfectly willing to do that. So don't hesitate to let us know if there's like, hey, we need you to do this as opposed to that in order to facilitate it.
Absolutely.
Okay. And with that, let me turn to some questions we might have. Commissioner Sussman.
Okay, Secretary Lopez, I'm going to echo the chair's appreciation for you coming in. This is a really important issue for us, and it was great to hear about the very good work that you're doing, and Ms. Winberg, I hope you haven't been overwhelmed by.
Well, she has been. She has been overwhelmed.
Yeah, no, and I feel for you. So, in terms of the subscription fee issue, have you thought about ways in which the office can have comfort in the kinds of community solar outfits that are out there to protect the low-income customers so that they don't, I don't think they're going to get scammed, but
They're predatory folks, understand?
Right. So have you thought about, along with allowing for subscription fees, sort of ways in which you can both educate the customer, but also protect them from, are you thinking about having a list of approved solar developers? What is your sort of thought process?
Right. So similar to the unregulated utilities, we were looking at something to make sure that we vetted all of the providers. We have been talking to the District of Columbia in partnership with some staff here at the Public Service Commission, as well as the Office of People's Counsel, around automatic enrollment with LAHEAP into the solar subscriptions, and trying to learn from them as well as the other states that have done this to make sure that we don't take a misstep and aren't moving people towards a predatory provider. Yes, that's all part of the discussions and our thoughts at this point, but there will be more.
Okay, and then to the chair's point, to the extent that you think that you would be better assisted by having some regulation that we have in place here, we would love to hear about that.
We're not going to be shy, and part of that is because of literally unsticking years of these disconnects. So,
Right.
to Courtney's really important point, I'll foreshadow something that we're working on across multiple departments, which is, for example, MD Think when it was first built was not designed to be mobile friendly, which makes no sense. Most of us have phones, and most of our customers use the phones to access services. So we have been, in the last couple of months, rapidly prototyping in partnership with Code for America, our colleagues at the Department of Information Technology, our colleagues at the Department of Health, a way to streamline access to benefits for the first time in Maryland. And this fall, we'll be releasing the first piece of that. And by Q1 of 2025, we took all the most complicated federal programs, Medicaid, SNAP, WIC, TANF, and OHEB, which have very stringent federal eligibility guidelines. And the idea is that a Marylander could apply, put in some very basic information. The Marylander is told, here's what you're eligible for, and you choose to opt out or opt in. And that places the power in the hands of the customer. And then once they apply for that and they've been screened, they have access to all these programs. What do we do now? We make people take multiple buses and go to multiple places all over the state to do WIC in one place, Medicaid in another, and SNAP and TANF in another. And that makes no sense in 2024 or in this century. So to your point about things like community solar subscriptions, we have to do that work internally first. Most people thought we couldn't do this, but when Courtney and our team looked into, and our Office of Government Affairs team, we couldn't find any regulations that prohibited this. So that notion that we just can't do it was not true. So now we have to put in place the infrastructure to make sure we skill up, train up our partners. We have to change our contracts. We have to change how our staff does the work so that community solar becomes a normal, new in the way in which we administer programs.
Okay.
And that's going to take some time. That's why we were very deliberate about not over-promising and under-delivering while we're still reeling from the importance of remaking the Office of Home Energy Programs in partnership with
Okay,
others.
so picking up on the point of sort of, having sort of multiple places in which you can get support. So you have the $200 million. MEA has money. Utilities have money through Empower. We're thinking about a low and moderate income mechanism. Do you have any ideas about ways in which there can be a collaborative process to kind of look to see what's the most effective way to use the limited resources that we all have? So maybe there could be an MEA grant for battery storage for a low-income community, so that they don't have to necessarily tap into HOEP money. They can tap into MEA money. So do you have any ideas about ways in which there can be sort of a more collaborative? Maybe there is a collaborative process that I'm not aware of.
What I can say is the Office of Home Energy Programs under this administration is working closely with our partners both at MEA and the Department of Housing and Community Development to talk about what we're doing, where that crossover is, where we can support one another. And so we're really building that relationship. I think that's to come in terms of more collaboration, but it starts really with building that relationship and having that trust in the departments.
Okay, well, I think we can actually use a lot of your expertise as we're sort of thinking about the right mechanism. Where are the gaps, or where can we sort of put something in place that can better leverage the resources that you have? So any input that you can give to us would be very, very well appreciated. So
Happy to share. I will say, probably no surprise to this. Unfortunately, in the health and human services space, the same kinds of deliberate innovation that we find in the private sector is not oftentimes carried to the public. So, for example, why is it that a Marylander or any customer across the country would have to navigate so many bureaucracies to find out how to get the help they need? And so once we test out this idea of having universal benefits access, and it hopefully works because we don't know yet till we try it, one could argue that, and though it's complex to do, we add additional layers so that the customer is not experiencing having to navigate multiple Maryland agencies and funding sources. That should not be their worry. Their question could be, I need help with weatherization. I need help with paying my bill. I need help with X. They don't need to know that there's 17 funding sources and where they come from.
Right.
They just need to know how to opt in. Or do I qualify?
Or,
Yeah.
they can tell you, I live in a very old home.
Exactly.
So then you know what kinds of resources that you need to tap into
Exactly.
to take care of
Exactly. And to your question, Commissioner Suchman, we were stunned to learn that the sharing data wasn't a regular disciplined practice. I reference it like to a muscle. Either the muscle doesn't exist and we have to build it, or it atrophied. But when we have access to data, how do we use it to drive a very particular strategy? What parts of the state are receiving X number of support from OHEP? Which of those homes can we better understand need assistance because they're older? Why? Because weatherization will also bring down the cost of the bill. That information is about sharing information, to Courtney's point, about building trust, transparency, and being much more proactive department to department. And it's not that I can't say that people didn't want to, it just didn't happen. Don't know why, but we're desperately trying to create that culture and build that muscle, that's a new normal for us to do.
Okay. Well, thank you so much
Sure.
again. That's all I have.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Secretary and Ms. Weinberg for being here today. And I kind of join with Commissioner Suchman and the chair, and thank you for your report, and also extending at least. I'd like to also be part of the extending to you how much we would like to work closely with you. You're the lead. This is your area of expertise in serving our citizens. So to the extent that we can all work together to help make sure that we are working effectively with you and in supportive of you. I have to say also, I was really excited to hear. I feel like I've heard a big breakthrough today about the community solar issue. It's been something. It seems like an obvious. I am on community solar and I get automatically a 10% discount on my commodity. It just seems like something that will be a benefit to more Marylanders, income eligible Marylanders included, and supports our state policy. So I think that's exciting. I also just in the your work on simplifying the process, making this easy. I had an opportunity to spend a morning and part of an afternoon with Laurel Peltier, and she just really showed me firsthand what her clients go through to seek the support that they're entitled to, and I was like stunned. It was like it's a job in itself.
It's a burden.
Yeah,
It's a burden.
to do that. So I think we wanted to likewise, figure out where what we're trying to do here with our low-income mechanism will be supportive of what your charge is to do. So I mean, let me just start. I think Commissioner Suchman asked a lot of the questions, specific questions, but. How can we, meet our legislative mandate on these low-income mechanisms in a way that is supportive of your programs? I mean, my impression so far from the record is we should try to make it as simple as possible. That's why my questioning is really at this point along the lines: how can we just reduce the cost from the get-go, so that if they still need additional services, at least there's a base to work from, and then also to start there, and also try to make it as uniform as possible, so you're not dealing with folks from different parts of the state who are getting completely different types of support. So that's where I approach it. Is my thinking at this point correct? And are there any other principles that you would encourage us to consider as we go, deliberate on what these mechanisms should look like?
So to the extent possible, the uniformity across the state would be a benefit in terms of educating customers about what's available through all of the utilities. I think also to being able to enroll through another mechanism, whether that is through the Office of Home Energy Programs to determine eligibility. That's something that we are very prepared to support in terms of providing that information to the utilities with customer consent. One of the challenges we've seen, even with opting into programs that would benefit low-income individuals, sometimes the lack of understanding and education we're able to provide ends up being a barrier. We see that with weatherization and energy efficiency measures. So the more that we can manage some of that and message so everyone's hearing the same things because it's applicable to the entire population we're serving, the better off it is for Marylanders.
Great. And then the one other question, when I was talking to the Office of People's Counsel, as I'm kind of envisioning how can we simplify a product, an electric product, and make it a, kind of an essential services type concept. Some of the areas might be to try to maybe look to the state, but maybe more indirectly, just not collect money in the first place. You're inside the administration. With those type of proposals, we can't do that. We can't exempt people from taxes or not paying the universal service charge and some of these empower. But they seem like they might be areas where we're not trying to help low income, but still charging them for a lot of these other state programs. Does that concept sound like something that you'd be supportive of, and something you would go to the legislature and consider advocating for, or again, help me with my thinking.
Sure. Obviously, we'd want to know a little bit more details about how it would work. I would say there are some principles that would drive our response to those kinds of proposals, and one, we would ground them in what is the evidence nationally. Are we building new evidence? Have other jurisdictions done so? What might we learn? So for example, as Courtney and the team are looking at what to learn from Washington, D.C., it's our neighbor right next door. Why wouldn't we learn? We don't have to necessarily replicate it exactly as they're doing it, but what's right for Maryland? So we would approach that kind of idea, Commissioner, with what evidence is delivering better results for whomever their customers are. Is it more efficient? Number two, and I mentioned it earlier, it's reducing the administrative burden. There's actually a growing body of research nationally and internationally about the burdens placed on people who need help. What is it in terms of time? Most of us would not tolerate the kinds of waits that people are expected to wait to get very basic help. So when you talked about spending time with Laurel Peltier, why is it so hard? Well, those were created by humans in Maryland over time. We don't have to keep it that way. So we would want any kind of proposal that would go to the legislature, our support would be driven by our administration values, driven by evidence and research and science, and driven by a way of centering the human, which is called human-centered design, and designing our programs. Those aren't concepts that are just specific to Maryland. They're really worldwide, and Maryland needs to step up to the plate and try to test out new ideas to better serve Marylanders.
Great. Well, thank you again, Mr. Secretary and Ms. Weinberg, for being here today, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure, Barbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two questions. Number one, I brought up the whole issue of apartment dwellings that are master metered and not individually metered. Is there anywhere in the state government a fix on what the percentages are for these things?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know if the local jurisdictions, through their rental registration process, may capture some of that information. If they do, I imagine it would be varied by various jurisdictions.
Okay. And the second thing is, I presume that there is nowhere in state government a master database of people who are receiving benefits of various kinds, whether it's food benefits or rent. There's no one spreadsheet somewhere that has all of these individuals.
The closest that we have is through is MyMD Think, and so, for example, our department is responsible for administering a majority of the state's programs. Not all, but many of them. The biggest ones are things like SNAP, TANF, cash assistance, home energy programs, etc.
Mm-hmm.
So we have what's called enrollment eligibility, the E&E application, and all of that is managed through one application.
Mm-hmm.
So we have been being proactive about understanding which families, which households, which individuals are in multiple kinds of programs. Why? To better serve them. So that's the closest to response we would have to you, but there isn't a singular source. Now, other departments also have applications on MD-Think. So we work the closest with the Maryland Department of Health. Why? Because we, for example, we do Medicaid eligibility. And so making sure we understand who's eligible for those programs. When you're already eligible for a particular program, and you're means tested based on your income, we know that you're eligible for others. So when I mentioned to Commissioner Suchman the issue of our universal benefits idea, the idea was to try to do that, which is to use the data we have already in our systems to streamline access and to not make people apply in multiple places.
What was the name of MD what?
MD-Think, my MD-Think.
MD-Think, okay.
So if you were to go there right now, you could apply for benefits. And that is the system of record for the state of Maryland. So on a different part of our work in our department, we're responsible, for example, child welfare and adult protective services. There are federal requirements of the data you have to maintain, sort of the technological spreadsheet you talked about. For our programs on the income eligibility side, that's under E&E, or enrollment eligibility. So we're trying to modernize our approach to how we capture information and data and how we leverage it on behalf of Marylanders.
And one final question, in these systems like MD-Think, do you use a unique number like the Social Security number, or do you give them a different number in order to shield the customer?
So there is a case ID number within each of the systems.
Okay, but it would be different for each person based upon what system they're in. It's not a unique number.
So the hard answer is it depends. So I can speak most knowledgeably about the E&E system and the transfer to the Office of Home Energy Systems Data Management Program. So when the customer is approved for SNAP or cash benefits, when that application electronically flows over into the OHEP data management system, we retain that case ID number. At this point, when it comes into the Office of Home Energy Programs database, that number is visible in the application, and then they also receive a new number. Eventually, that'll be one consistent number that follows that customer across programs.
Oh, so that's already an initiative within the administration to sync up all those numbers?
At least in the OHEP, in the enrollment and eligibility system.
Okay, well, I would definitely encourage you to lobby the legislature to put that all together in one system in some fashion, so that the databases can be linked. And I'm happy to hear that you're not using Social Security numbers. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So at the beginning of your talk, you mentioned the three sources of money: federal LIHEAP money, the USP money, and then the money from RGGI that funds the energy assistance efforts in Maryland. And a couple of years ago, the General Assembly took action to make the application process wider. So now we're helping more people. But I guess the downside of that is the pot of bucks is now being spread over a larger population.
Correct.
And I know historically, the state, since this thing started, long time ago, has never accepted, in one situation I can think of during COVID, the state has never injected any other money into this assistance pot. Is it time, and I know this is a tricky question, but is it time for the General Assembly to and the governor to consider allocating some money from the general fund to help support this effort?
So you're right about that. The surge in funding happened during COVID. And I mentioned this earlier, which is that all of that money has now ended. It's dried up. So it was a false sense of a growing budget, essentially. And there haven't been, to my knowledge, in my now 19 months in office, significant investments beyond these two other Maryland sources. And I could be wrong, because Courtney's been around a lot longer in Maryland than I have, but certainly
to my knowledge, there's been no additional state dollars.
And so the question, as always, is, does the legislature, on behalf of the people, want to make a change to that? And as you all know, because you all keep up with the times in Maryland, the status of the state general fund is looking to be very difficult this next year, and so we are in the midst of preparing our budget requests to the governor, and want to be as thoughtful stewards of this resources and make the best use of every dollar we have. But as I mentioned earlier, from my knowledge, there hasn't been any significant additional investments from the state general fund.
So I guess at this point you can't say if you're going to ask for general funds, because I guess here's the offer I'm trying to make. I mean,
Right.
and I'm speaking just for myself. I haven't
Right.
talked to the other colleagues yet, but I'm perfectly willing to express the opinion of at least myself
Right.
to the governor and the General Assembly that maybe the state should consider
Right.
injecting general
Right.
funds, particularly because of this increase in the pool of applicants. It's great that we now are helping more people,
Right.
but if we have to significantly cut the benefit, we may not be advancing the ball that much.
Understood. And I think that, in terms of roles, we each have our roles. You actually, absolutely, as chair or as a body, have the right to make such requests of the governor and the legislature. And, I learned early on in my career, whether it's a governor, a mayor, or a president, one doesn't get ahead of the mayor, the governor, or the president. And so we have a structured process that we're going through right now to submit our budgets. We have not yet submitted them to the governor. And the governor has the right to make those decisions and then propose to the General Assembly. So that's where we are.
Okay.
You absolutely have the right to call upon the legislature and the governor to make any such increases if you'd like.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Actually,
So just to follow up on the chair's question, as you heard from the People's Council, putting additional charges on utility rates is rather regressive. We can do the best we can to alleviate that challenge, but to the extent that it's paid through taxes, then we don't encounter that same issue. But that's just my own opinion.
One of the many challenges, as you said, you're thinking about.
Okay, well, thank you very much for
Certainly.
taking time
Thank you.
to fill us in, and best of luck in all your efforts to
Thank you.
modernize the program. So
We appreciate your partnership. Have a good day.
now we'll turn to the Maryland Energy Administration. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Actually, if you could just wait till. Yeah. You guys, all right, so well, I guess unofficially, yeah. So if you want to hit the pause button, that's fine. Sure. more or less, yeah. So
Well, because you just lost the other two.
that's right.
So your question is like, you a heads up, that's what because she wasn't, she said it several times to me. So
They're different people. Don't get me wrong, and Ken was really good. I like working with him a lot.
yeah, well, and she clearly misses him. Oh, sorry. We're just yapping.
Okay, Maryland Energy Administration, go right ahead. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Babatunde Idrisu. That's Babatunde. Last name Idrisu. I'm from the Maryland Energy Administration. I'm here with David Shapiro. And I'll be reading off our comments. We did make some comments where we basically outlined like key elements that we thought would be helpful for a successful statewide utility affordability program. We commented on the general design and things like whether it should be a year-round program or a seasonal program, and whether it should be statewide or utility-specific. So we just offered like a general statement on the key elements that we think would be helpful for a successful program. I'm starting with the general program design. As has been stated here already, especially by OPC, utility rates are regressive, unlike taxes, as they're not still scaled to income. As a result, many people pay more than they could afford, and MEA advocates for this for the income mechanism, low income mechanism, a PIIP, that's a percentage of income payment program or tiered discount rate. Both approaches have been advocated by parties in this docket. PIPPs are utility programs where utility bills are capped at fixed amounts of the customer's percentage of income, and the eligibility and the rate recovery mechanism vary by states. For instance, in Virginia, utility bills are capped at 10% of gross monthly household income for households that has electricity as their primary heat source, and 6% of gross monthly household income where the household does not have electricity as its primary heat source. These rates are subsidized by all Virginia ratepayers who pay a universal electric service fee. In Ohio, the utility bill balances are subsidized by state government and no ratepayers. A discount program, on the other hand, is when the low-income customers receive either a flat or a tiered discounted rate. In California's alternative rates for energy care program, one tier of low-income customers that are enrolled in the program receive a 30 to 35% discount on their electricity rate, and a 20% discount on their natural gas bill, while eligible customers in the next tier receive only an 18% discount. ME also, supports a similar program like this. It offers flexibilities, but also recognize that it might require utilities to obtain, process, or share more customer data. MEA would support the final determination of a PIPP program or tiered discount program to be addressed in a work group. In either case, MEA supports a program that ensures that energy burden remains at or below 6% of household income, and complements existing state energy affordability programs. In a study conducted by OPC, that's the Low Income Market Characterization Report 2023, it was determined that the average energy burden for households enrolled in HOA programs is still at about 9%, indicating that many households benefiting from HOEP still require energy assistance. So participation for HOEP programs should be considered in determining the level of tiered discount or PIPP available to a household. Year-round program. MEA supports a year-round program as opposed to a seasonal program proposed by Potomac Edison. We believe that energy affordability is a year-round problem for many Marylanders, and it's not limited by seasons. We're also in favor of a uniform statewide program as opposed to utility-specific programs. A statewide program provides a uniform set of rules and simplifies the eligibility, application, and administration processes for recipients. This consistency ensures that all eligible individuals receive the same level of support regardless of location or utility provider. A statewide approach ensures that low-income assistance is equitable across regions, avoiding disparities that may arise from different utility-specific programs. This means that people in underserved areas receive comparable support to those in urban areas. In addition, by encompassing all utilities, a statewide program could potentially offer broader coverage and access, ensuring that more low-income individuals benefit from the assistance. We believe that a uniform statewide low-income program provide more equitable, efficient, and comprehensive support to those in need compared to fragmented utility-specific initiatives. Eligibility criteria. On January 1st, we believe that the streamlined criteria is important to reduce the barrier to participation. On January 1st, 2024, OHEB began categorical eligibility enrollment, which enables household eligible for other low-income programs such as SNAP, TCA, SSI, and the rest to be eligible for its energy assistance program. Um, MEA strongly advocates for the use of categorical eligibility in determining eligibility for any energy affordability program that's approved by the Commission. Any customer already enrolled in OHEP should automatically be enrolled in the low income affordability program to streamline the process and reduce the administrative costs for utilities associated with determining eligibility for energy affordability. We think that utilities should be able to enroll participants who are not registered in HOA programs but are enrolled in other programs such as SNAP, TCA, and the rest of them. Energy audits. A review of some of energy affordability programs across the country reveal that eligible households are provided in many cases with free energy audits to help them identify ways to reduce their energy consumption. Virginia is an example. They offer free energy audits for qualified participants. We believe that these energy audits play a crucial role in identifying opportunities for for efficiency improvements that will help low-income households reduce their energy consumption and provide potentially lowering the overall costs of an energy affordability program. MEA asserts that any energy affordability program should include energy audits that could be in coordination with MEA, Empower, or DHCD programs where applicable as an option to reduce energy consumption. We also believe that education and outreach is critical for any successful program. Education should focus on educating low-income households on energy-saving practices and the benefits of energy efficiency. Furthermore, it should inform them about available energy assistance options and provide guidance on the application process. Targeted education and outreach campaigns in coordination with MEEP, Empower, DHCD would support the state's commitment to equity in achieving its climate goals. MEA recommends that the utilities leverage various communication channels such as bill inserts, email, social media, websites, and physical outreach to disseminate information to Maryland residents. I think that ends my comments, and I will be open for questions.
Okay, Commissioner Fleshman.
Well, thank you for your comments. I actually have a question about the California program, and I guess that it would kind of dovetail into some of the proposals that we've heard today. If in the California program there's a two-tiered mechanism, and do you have an understanding of how a customer qualifies? Is there? I mean, you heard OHEP sort of perhaps being the entity that is responsible for determining qualification. Do you know how the tiered qualification works in California?
So, in my understanding, those who have on lower form of the income, people who earn less or are in the lower cadre of the income eligibility scale will receive more discounts as opposed to
Right, but who makes the determination of where a customer falls in terms of the categories? Is there another agency that will sort of determine whether you are eligible for category 1 or category or tier 1 or tier 2?
I'm not sure I have that information right now. I'll have to check back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you could, that would be great if you could determine that. And also, do you know how that's funded?
I believe it's rate based.
Okay. And do you know how? I mean, I'm assuming. I mean, there's got to be a charge on some customer class. If you could, that would be also terrific. If you could get us that information as well.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr.
Idris,
for being here today. Sorry, I tripped over that. I read through your comments, and I guess just two things. One, it sounds like there's pretty much a uniform recommendation throughout from the government entities, OPC, yourselves, and DHS, that there's a preference for a uniform program across the state. You did hear from the utilities, and I think we'll be hearing from Exelon again today. The argument that, well, there are differences around the state, differences inside each utility. There are, program costs that may differ. Do you have any response to that again, or are there things that you would recommend we try to accommodate at the utility level?
I do think that there might be some room to accommodate some differences in utility and their service areas, but we do believe that as MEA, that a statewide program would reduce administration costs because the rules are uniform across board, and would also be able to reach more people across the state. And that's our focus, and I think the focus of the state government to leave no Marylander behind and get to as many people as possible.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. And the other is we did discuss a little bit up here already in your comments about the concerns of the regressivity of trying to do this just at ratepayer expense. Is the Maryland Energy Administration, do you feel like you're in a position that you would recommend to the governor and to the legislature that if we would try to seek some state support, general fund support for these programs, or the potential and a mechanism to waive maybe some of the state taxes or other fees? Is that something that MEA's, in a position to consider or to stand behind? Because those are things that we could not do on our own from the commission.
MEA's position is, the rates are obviously regressive, but we would have to have conversations with. That decision ultimately lies in the governor's office, and MEA could advocate, but then again, there are other considerations that the state government has to make in making those kinds of decisions. So.
Okay, and not to put you on the spot, have you considered potential how we can address the regressivity issue that we're trying to grapple with as we look at trying to come up with sufficient resources in creating a meaningful mechanism?
Like one way that we've suggested is to try to use some kind of discounted approach whereby you have the cost recoveries. I think OPC suggested that the commercial customers pay a certain percentage and residential customers pay another percentage. That's one way to try to address the regressiveness of the utility rates by having some parties pay more than others.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate your being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Barbe.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. No questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Actually, I think all the questions I had were asked by the people beside me. So we're actually going to take a break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock and pick things up. So. Maryland Energy Advocates Coalition. So why don't you start first, and then we'll go to the fuel fund.
All right, I have my slides on there, so we're gonna have to switch people.
There you go, Bray.
Okay.
So you want to
Sorry,
come
guys.
over?
Yeah, here, why don't we just switch? Sorry, Debbie, do you mind? Because she's the data source on states.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks, you guys. It's extra steps. All right, let me find. There you go.
You
can just exit out of ours.
Okay.
The fuel fund.
You know what I'll do? I'll just minimize it.
Yeah. Where is it?
Andrew, where is it?
You see it?
Oh, I see how you loaded. Okay, one sec. Found it. Okay. I will, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. It's Laurel Peltier from Maryland Energy Advocates, and I have Olivia Wine from,
National Consumer Law Center. The National Consumer Law Center.
it's not showing. One sec. I just gotta,
It's not pulling up. It again?
I don't use Macs. I meant PCs, so let me see. That's what it was. I used the wrong one. I'm going to, we're going to get kind of tactical, so I wanted to set up, you guys asked for solutions, and our team has been working on this. Hold on. Will you help me out? How do you get rid of that?
I don't know. Close.
Close PowerPoint?
There's no.
Hit escape. Thank you. The whole team's helping.
Oh, do it again.
Hold on, I'm accepting your license agreement, okay?
Don't read it, just accept it.
Oh my God.
Your privacy doesn't matter.
That's right.
Okay.
So oh, that's right, it's this one. Okay. So what's been guiding our team for about 2 years in working on this, and I have to give a shout out to Energy Advocates because it's some amazing experts in our state. It's, as you know, Paula Carmody has been a big force in this with her 20 years, Arjun Amakajani. We have AARP Maryland. We have a lot of nonprofits. We have a lot of environmental groups. Olivia is a whiz. She just knows so much other states are doing. And so we stepped back and really looked at what other states are doing. And we are going to show what we think a product could be. We think that what's been guiding our strategies is that it's clear that the General Assembly said this is a priority. And we could not thank them more because it is a priority. And our mission is to get utility bills down for the low-income segment. And that was so interesting is that they wrote in the law that this new rate design has societal benefits and is in the public interest. And we would argue that this couldn't have come at a better time because our current 20-year strategy has been to pay down increasing utility bills, and it's just not working. And I do not mean at all to call out BG&E, but I thought this was very good data to show why time is of the essence. And in 2022, about 30 of us were on a call that basically I put together November of 2022, and I said, things are going to get really bad in 2023. Everybody was on the call. It was all the utilities, the PSC, the OPC, and what happened is exactly what we all thought. So what this chart shows you is termination notices. It's the years from 2015 to 2023. It's the number of residential accounts in BG&E, the number of turnoff notices that are mailed every year, which I think on that own is extremely interesting. And then the number of terminations, which prior to PC53 were averaging around 50,000. Then you had the whole PC53, and even in 2022, terminations kind of came back to normal, and then we hit 2023, and there were 80,000 terminations. That's 7% of the BG&E residential base was terminated. And we think that was kind of a canary in the coal mine because a lot of what drove that were the payment plan issues and also the really high rates from gas. So we felt what happens when rates are too high, and that's 80,000 accounts that got terminated. The stuff on the right is just to point out that this is before all of these rate issues that we expect to come up. We've been reading about them, and I'm not going to go through them, but we know that it's just getting worse and worse and worse. So our coalition absolutely supports what OPC has been saying. Really, I think what's kind of neat is the state and the advocates seem to be on the same page. An energy affordability program is needed. We think it should be automatic and proactive. We think it should be statewide and uniform for many of the reasons people have discussed. But, right now, sometimes your zip code drives your service. It drives what you get, and we just don't think that's just not fair. If somebody lives in a different county or a different part of the state, that they actually get different rates. It should be year-round because Maryland temperatures are extreme. We think it could be bill credits and allowances. I forgot to put discounts on there, but keep it simple. It does sound like the utilities are able to put bill credits on there or just a simple discount. We think the state should aim for this 6% of income. And you're going to see we have a chart really just kind of picturing what the 6 OHEP income levels are. And we're suggesting a phased approach, like do phase 1 now. People need this now. These energy burdens are very high. And phase 2 actually gets to us what we're calling a PIP-ish product because it's not perfect for every household, but you'll see if you stratify percentage of income payment plan. That's where you could say if, based on your income, you would pay 6% in total of your utility bill.
6 is a placeholder.
And this is all flexible. 6 is a placeholder. One of the things we'd like to ask the PSC is if there is a working group for it to have clear guidelines to avoid months and years of planning. And we think that it would be monumental if the PSC did say that our state should hit a certain affordability level. That would be very important. And here's something very interesting. We think it shouldn't be labeled low income. And New York's done some excellent data on that a lot of seniors really don't like the word low income, and they actually don't participate. So we're suggesting affordability or discount or just something more creative. The benefits are many. I mean, obviously keeping people safe in their homes, but we also think to the utilities there's a huge benefit because I can't imagine that these bad debt practices aren't costly. And we know that if the rates were lower and people could afford their bills, it'll ultimately lead to fewer terminations. And what's really interesting, why we think so many of our environmental friends are on board, is that our state really, we don't think is going to hit the green transition if you have a large number of terminations. And what if our state really starts hitting 140,000, 150,000 terminations? It seems that could be a barrier to climate goals because that would be, well, we can't do it. Rates are too high. So if this can be managed better, it's not only more equitable, more meets our justice goals of leaving no family behind, but also I think it allows the state to actually meet this goal that the General Assembly has absolutely made clear. Our state is going to reduce greenhouse gases, the whole climate solutions now. Okay, one sec. So, now we're going to get tactical. The heart of this program is really what the Secretary and Courtney were talking about, is this what could be a shared low-income eligible database. And it's really neat to see an agency stepping up saying, they said 270,000 accounts. This is why we're so excited. We couldn't have talked about this a year ago. This didn't exist. Categorical eligibility is identifying 270,000 low-income families. And I brought the application because we're working with OHEP because there's some amazing data on here that the utilities might have, but are they homeowners or renters? You'll see that you can tell if someone's Section 8 or subsidized housing, what kind of house do they have, and more importantly, are they delivered fuel and which one? So this is data that OHEP has, and legally, they think that a lot of this could be shared. So the idea is to have a shared database. And New York and New Hampshire are working on this right now because Commissioner Session and I did chat with the woman from Oracle, and she was very, very, very knowledgeable about what some of the other states are doing. But the main point in this is our state has this data, and we should use it. We recommend that we utilize OHEP's 6 income levels now, and we're actually going to show that to you. And to bump up the senior demographic participation, which is very important. A lot of seniors don't do SNAP. It's just not very, you get maybe, I think it's $23, it might be $40 now. And to see what you have to go through to get SNAP, many seniors just won't do it. But for instance, on the Department of Health, our state has an RX subsidy program. It's called SPDAP. That data is just sitting there. And also a really interesting data source has been created by the EPA, and it's called the EJ screen. So first, adding O-Power data would be great. That is purchased by the utilities. Apparently it's paid for by Empower Maryland money, but those utilities have the usage, and you can see we all have a little bit of the data. So create a shared database. And what would that look like? I'm going to go to this picture. This is a terrible slide, but see that vault? It's basically a vault of data. The categorical eligibility in the middle, that would come from OHEP. So just, they've already talked about, that's essentially SNAP. That's what's really driving those numbers. SSI, TANF, and OHEP. You could add in the RX information if we get our agencies to talk together, and the EJ screen zip code data. And then you would have probably 325,000 to 350,000 homes coded. These are low income. We are suggesting a phase 1 and phase 2 approach. So for phase 1, you would auto enroll all of the accounts found in this database. You would just simply do, what I'm going to do? I'm going to flip to this one. Simply, once the funding's decided, you would just do a discounted rate, or you would just do some simple rate reduction. Just get it done. Instead of worrying about the tiered discounts and the PIPs and all that, is just start and give some relief. And when I show you the OHEP stuff, you'll see that if we do have the different levels of OHEP income, you can start tailoring and being way more flexible for all these different programs. Phase 2 would be taking this new database, really developing it, making sure it works, and the utilities, I imagine, have a ton of coding, is to really go with more of a PIP-ish, some energy burden number based on the income levels. For instance, some states have done electric is 3%, gas is 3%, or 6% combined of the bill. And when you see the picture, you'll see why we're calling it PIP-ish, because some states do a true PIP, because they have the actual income for that house. Then, where the real benefits come in is with this data, is Maryland finally using this data and layering and braiding all these programs that we're working so hard on. For instance, community solar auto-enrolled. The fact that they came out of the DHS team is amazing. Can you imagine if 10,000 low-income accounts came up and you gave them all to subsidized seniors? Just auto-enroll it. It's 20 to 25% right there. You could do ideas like maybe no fixed charges on certain levels, or no Maryland Empowered charges on certain levels. There's some new consumer protections that are going to be discussed, but having this database allows our state to really start being creative, looking at the funding we have, and targeting it to the people that really need it. These are just simply numbers and ideas. Do I wish we had a wand and we could say, yes, it was 25%, but obviously we don't. We don't know the reporting yet. The funding. Last but not least, this is what OHEP's 6 income levels are. And I wanted you to see this because I think this is hard to picture if someone's just talking about it. So you see what they've done now is they've broken out income in 25% quartiles. So the federal poverty level is 15,107, I think, and our state's OHEP level is double that. So I wanted to give you an idea. For a household of one, that's $30,120 in gross income. So that, by the way, would be the top of level 5. But you can see you have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and they've really broken out, the number of people that would be in that category. And then the last one is really interesting too, because these are I should call them subsidized housing. So level 6 are families who are receiving a rent voucher. And then level 7 really wouldn't, if we've done our homework, wouldn't really be part of this. It's categorical eligibility where a family actually is a bit above 200%. But so if the database was coded with these types of things, imagine how much we would know. Lastly, I think the last couple days that we've got to nail these numbers down. But what our coalition is noticing is that we have Empower Maryland and we have MEA and we have all these programs, but we have a lot of people that this is really tricky for. And we've talked a lot about these numbers. There's 450,000 low-income residential accounts. 270,000 of them are renters. And it's interesting how Paula said that last week, 60%, and I was like, that's 270,000 accounts. If the Apprise data from 2018 still holds, 35% of all low-income accounts are in a multifamily house, and we don't know how many are on master metered. It's still a significant portion. Delivered fuels, 54,000 accounts. What I wanted to say about renters and delivered fuels is it is very tricky to get these programs to them, and our coalition thinks it's time for us to be a little bit more out of the box, because the government programs are pretty stringent about who can participate. So, what we wanted to show you is we are working right now on a pilot, and we're calling these imperfect packages. And what's really neat is we've reached out to other agencies and we've said we fully understand DHCD. There's nothing you can do if a home is deferred. There's nothing you can do if you have a renter whose landlord's like, no, not going to do it. And I'm running into a lot of deferrals with the clients that we're running through DHCD. So we're out there looking for $50,000 because we would like to pilot these imperfect packages. They're for people that need help now. And this, thank you, New York State of New York said to the HVAC world, we need some help. Could you come up with cold climate heat pumps that would work in a range of rental units? It would, you guys, it would work anywhere. So we are actually right now working on getting to start piloting that, because Energy Advocates is going into the more tactical space. We're working with DSS and we're starting a new critical medical needs, and we're going to see and show how you can use case management and technology to start proactively going after these households, because it is really hard. And DHCD is really coming up. But when you have a deferred house, like I have one right now, I mean, these people have no heat. So we applied again to Light, and they're just sitting on a list. And so right now we have 4 houses, 2 rural, 2 in the city, that we want to try and see, does this work? You know, what if you got more efficient window AC units? Yes, the homes are leaky, but can you take these super high usage homes and find some imperfect package? Anyway, last but not least, thank you. We think this is a golden opportunity. We are so excited because 2 years ago, none of this we couldn't do this. And we think that IEER's very long, beautiful energy affordability studies said it best. Invest now and reduce the cash outlays later. If we can start getting some of this fixed, then maybe in 10 years we don't need as much energy assistance money. We think the shared database is the secret sauce of allowing all the agencies and the utilities and nonprofits and MEA to start building targeted lists and layer and braid them together. We think the 6 income levels provides a lot of flexibility, right? If you only have so much money, then the teams every year can sit around and say, who gets this? And with more flexible, bill discounts or credits. Our team is actively starting to get into case management and customer service to help speed up the migration because we know it works, but we know it's hard. So we've realized that we have to step into this space, and we've built new technology, and it's starting on October 1st. And our last request is, please don't do nothing. We really have no choice. Did I miss anything? Okay. Because we plan on being all in, and we really urge the Commission to come out with a framework for the bill affordability program and turn the refinement of the details to the work group with clear objectives and firm deadlines. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Richard.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have, I know, a lot more to come. I guess let me just cut to the chase here. So as far as next steps, we talked about a work group. What you kind of alluded to just now. What kind of guidance can we give? What kind of direction can we give from the potentially from the bench, from the order, to get this done in short order?
That's why we had the 2 phases.
Okay.
But really, number one, setting an energy burden goal would drive sort of the design of how we pull it together, and then what knobs and that we dial up or down.
And you think that's our? I'm sorry, because I guess that was something I was hoping we would get from the state, policymakers. But do you think we have in the record now enough that provides us, the basis for setting such a goal?
I think that with a shared understanding that we need to start somewhere, and this will be iterative, and we will have the data as we go along and see, is this truly affordable? Are the disconnection numbers going down? I mean, that's why we threw out 6 as, no higher than 6, because that's what the other states that have set energy burden goals, like New York, have done. Some states have gone further. I think Mark will talk about some of the other states with the tiered discounts. But that, and then clarity on statewide, all rate classes being charged, year-round, clarity on, an emphasis on streamlining eligibility so that it is easier for households to get access to the lower bill, and it also reduces administrative cost. So, those are complementary sort of outcomes of a streamlined data sharing process. We can also urge the Commission to, as it has this morning, reach out to MEA, DHCD, DHS, signal that intent to coordinate, layer, braid. I mean, if you set a goal of an energy burden target of, 6 or 4 or whatever it be, and say, with rate design, we can get pretty close, but we've got a delta. Using the existing structures of EUSP, of the federal LIHEAP program, of the federal weatherization program, of our NPower investments into low-income households, we still have a delta of blah. But you will be able to give them a number. You will be able to sort of lay out, we've set out a framework of affordability, these year-round uniform programs throughout the state, but the only way we're going to achieve it is, we need to work in close coordination, we need to share the data, but it could be a joint reaching out to the administration and the General Assembly about how do we close that delta. Because if we can't close that delta, then we're in the land of prioritizing. And so this is where Laurel's, we have 6 tiers, 7 tiers actually, if we want to start moving into working poor, middle income households.
Yeah, the Alice household.
Right. They've identified at least a starting point there. We'll use that to help drive which programs get targeted where, which investments, like the low-income solar. Maybe certain tiers should be targeted for that. Maybe that is, maybe solar is the way we get more equity into multifamily housing. Those programs. But that will require coordination with other agencies as well that are in the federal income stream for the IRA and Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund monies, Solar for All for example.
Okay, well, that's helpful that what we might be able to well, deliberate and put in an order. What about the question? Just maybe if you could comment on the regressive aspects of putting too much on the ratepayers. You kind of heard from OPC. They're kind of nudging us more to state funds. But you also heard from the state agencies, we are in somewhat of a fiscal crisis. Crisis, that's a little strong, but we have some fiscal challenges, and so DHS can only go so far. What are your comments on how we figure out getting that delta that you're talking about, but within the realities of regressivity and limited state resources?
That's why we recommend across all rate classes.
Okay.
First off, but another way to look at it is low-income households have been paying for priorities that they haven't been benefiting from for quite a while. So, if we're starting a program and it seems to have some of these impacts, well, I think it's their turn.
Mm-hmm.
The other thought
answer,
is, some of the federal program monies out there are, able to target the middle income, the working poor. I'm thinking of the Department of Energy's home energy rebate program that MEA will be implementing. There may be other investments that we can start targeting, that population, that tier 7, 200 plus of federal poverty level, and maybe even higher, for those types of investments, really getting at making their homes work better. Mm-hmm. So it all doesn't have to rest on one program, this one limited income mechanism program, but they all work together. So in total, people are getting, Marylanders are able to benefit from these different programs, but they all don't have to benefit from each program equally. So I think it's important to look at things in that comprehensive sort of lens.
And I think there's a question that we haven't answered is, have we even tried to find all the funding that could be available? It's so common just to say, well, guess what? You know what? The word is from Annapolis that there's no money, which means your fiscal note needs to be zero. But, NRG even had an interesting idea about wholesale buying. And I was talking with DHCD, and she's like, well, we're looking at this, and this grant, because we were talking about the window heat pumps. And I said, those are great for the rural areas. And she's like, ooh, what if we partnered together? And I just think before we decide that this funding issue is going to be so difficult is having a team for 6 months saying, let's go under every single rock and see, is there anything else out there? Is there more Reggie money? I mean, who knows? I think I'm an optimist that there's got to be more money, because if we start getting into these higher and higher terminations, I sure hope we've figured out how to lower these bills. And maybe there's more creativity with the, I don't know, I just think there's more creative solutions.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and I appreciate the volume, all the good information you provided, and actually solutions that you've proposed. So this is very helpful, and I'll want to work with my colleagues here to figure out how we can send this to a work group to succeed and not to die, and we actually see some action on short order. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Barbie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Laurel, first of all, let me compliment you and your team on the idea of those air source heat pump. I would love to know, I presume what you're doing is you're going into apartment buildings that in many cases aren't individually metered, and you are throwing them in there to basically take the burden off the centralized heating and cooling system in the hopes that that would have a net decrease in the electric usage so you're going to be keeping track. My question is,
absolutely.
You'll be keeping track of these numbers to see in this pilot how it works out, right?
Absolutely, because I think talking with the companies, so New York State did a challenge, mm-hmm. and they said, how can we fix this? I think they did turn off the heat source in the building. But I'm just going to share some of the data. So this to me is where the 80-20 rule comes in. They're trying to slay that 20% of the buildings that are probably driving 80% of the mess. So you're talking old gas furnaces. For instance, some of the homes we're looking at are in the $6,000-7,000 yearly BG&E numbers. Whatever we do is going to work. And that's what he said. He goes, well, right now we're seeing 80% drops because we're taking the most extreme and cost savings in the 50 to 60%. Some of these households, and I think this is where, when our teams start working together, literally have no solution. We have a mobile home right now who's using kerosene heaters, critical medical needs. And we've tried, everyone's been trying to help us. We have no solution from the state. So we're stepping in to solve it and say, we call it our imperfect solutions. What would you do? This family should not be huffing kerosene. So we are going to be doing a lot of reporting because we want to know, how much do these heaters use? We've asked them to actually, on the ones that hopefully will get the $50,000, to cap the thermostat. I said, I don't want anybody going over 75 degrees because I know how people do that when it's cold. So we're going to be reporting a ton. Is it going to be a small number? Yes. We're applying to a whole bunch of grants right now to see if we can, and even DHCD was said, I think we could help. So what I'm so happy about is knowing what kinds of homes, what their fuel types are, their usage and their situation. We can start really going after, logically, the real hot spots in our state.
So let me ask you a question about the proposal you made about automatically enrolling certain categories of individuals into community solar. How do you envision that happening? Just us writing a regulation that says do that, or how would that functionally? How would that occur? Do you think?
Well, I think laws. I'm not even sure laws need to happen now, but right now you have hopefully more solar farms up, right? Because it's a permanent program. And if I've talked to enough people, a good chunk of those solar farms are supposed to go to LMI.
Yeah, by law. Yeah.
They are not going to low income, and they won't until consolidated billing happens, which I've heard is January 2026 at best. But still, let's just say that happens. Then developers could say, here's, out of my farm, here's 600 accounts. The developers there could be a bank, a community solar bank, and they would put it in there, and then OHEP would take that and just, with the utilities, just subscribe that home to the community solar and then flow the 20 to 25% discount. And then you could also, if you think about it, you could do subsidized housing, you could do all electric, you could really pick off the homes that would really benefit, from a very large electricity discount. That's all in. It's on the entire solar credit. So to me, that's just a product. And it's something our state, I haven't shared this, but this is what I used to do for consumer companies. We built products in telecom, and I did it for Pepsi for a long time. Here's your product, and how do you deliver it? And I think it's not something that our state has a lot of expertise in now, but easily could, and just figure out how do you get this from this farm onto this bill, and just do it automatically and let them know you're signed up for the EAP discount. And it just flows, just like energy assistance does now. There's 100,000 homes that have never gotten energy assistance, and they're going to get it this year. I hope they notice it on their bill, but it'll be new. So I think that is a way to quickly make this more equitable. Get it on a low-income bill.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fleshman.
Well, so I've been talking in lots of different proceedings about the importance of an integrated approach, not having sort of a siloed. So here, sort of assuming this is low income, so we're just going to focus on just the low income programs, whether it's sort of federal money, state money, But when you do that, you miss all of the opportunities, and it's way beyond community solar. And I spoke about this earlier about some of the non-wire solutions to dealing with constraints on the grid. I mean, if you've got buildings that are 80% of the problem, you take those buildings and you put in efficiencies. I mean, that efficiency can be sold into the PJM market. There's no reason why these communities have to be left behind. It helps the community, it helps the grid. So as we sort of move forward, it's not just bringing all of the agencies together and all of the funding opportunities that we are aware of, but it's really bringing all of the solutions in, because this is a community that can be part of the solution, and as they become part of the solution, their bills go down. So it's kind of a win-win. I mean, we don't benefit from great inefficiencies. I mean, it's not good for the customer who's seeing very large bills, but it's also not good for the system. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit, and the slide's off. So I wanted to talk, and you probably don't have to put the slide up, but
Okay.
but if you look at the 7 tiers, how do you envision? So let's say we take 6% as a threshold number. Is your thinking that we'll have these 7 identified tiers, and we will determine what the credit or the reduction in rates or whatever it is to get each of those tiers to that 6% number. So the 6% number would be the place in which you'd make the comparisons of what you need, and that's how it would be defined.
Right. So it would be and then Olivia will go. You're going to have an average income within that tier from 0 to 25%. You'd actually know the average income, right? Because that would be provided by OHEP. That's the average income for that segment, and then 6% is X, and then that's as high as the bill can go.
Okay, and then OHEP would make determinations of where each customer fits in that category, because you don't want the burden on the utility. You want it.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
That's what they do now.
Right.
It's
and,
coded.
and that's what they said earlier, that that the determination of where a particular customer falls in whatever categories you decide, they would take on that responsibility.
They actually tell the utilities that right now. If you go into the portal, Fuel Fund would know this more than anybody. I think their portal's even better. It tells you when you get your OHEP discounts, it'll tell you what level it is.
Okay.
So like when I'm helping somebody who's a subsidized housing person, I don't have to ask that question. I just know, oh, this case really needs help because I don't want them to lose their house. So those levels are really nice to have, and they're already providing them.
Okay. So basically we have the numbers there, and then we can just sort of make the determination based on whatever threshold number we pick. Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you.
So, for the New York program, is that run by the NYSERDA, or is that a New York Public Service Commission thing, or is it sort of a joint effort? Or
Which one? New York's PIP? The
Tier discount?
discount or the window heat
second
pump?
one,
The heat pumps. That is their low-income housing group.
wait, what's that?
Their low-income housing group. It is called, Matt, do you know?
Sorry, which New York program?
So
Okay.
the one for the heat pumps.
The heat pump challenge?
Oh, that was run by NYCHA, the
NYCHA,
New York
thanks.
City Housing Authority.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a technology challenge, and Gradient is out of the Electrify America cohort of alum, that group. So these guys formed a company, and they came up with that Gradient. There was another winner from China that is a little teeny bit cheaper. So there are 2 options to possibly pilot. But I think what's interesting is I think there are more imperfect products out there that we could be helping people with. And the reason that we put the window AC on there is because a lot of people use window AC units. And if you've gone into some of these homes, I mean, I'm like, did you get that from your grandma? And
Yeah.
I think that might be an Empower, but it's stuff like that.
Sure.
But we could, again, in a working group, we could
Yeah,
have a presentation with them
Yeah.
and learn. They're not Energy Star yet. They are 120 volt. You don't have to change the panel out. You just literally, they have a whole system to put it in. It takes 2 people half an hour.
And this is just, if you don't know about this subject,
I
don't
will
worry about
say,
it. But
yeah.
since we've been talking about master metered buildings, I mean, what's your experience in dealing with those entities? And is it time for us to actually move away from that?
Must be expensive.
I don't know a lot about master metered buildings.
Okay.
I have heard from other people in this room that there is a lot of data in other states.
Okay.
And I know that when you have somebody that lives in a building where they don't pay their electricity bill, it's extremely difficult to get energy assistance. Though you can, there was a new rule, HB 139, but you need to get a W-2 from the client, and it's a lot of work. But like people like Cindy Carter make it happen.
I do want to flag, if there is a movement to meter these master metered units, to keep in mind that there's another problem to solve for, and that the type of housing that's master metered could be ideal for those tenants who cannot afford to start utility service in their name. And it is a way for them to get housing with utility service.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, I mean, yeah. And the reason for asking these questions is, I don't want to create problems when we're trying to fix problems. So, okay. All right. So we'll now turn to the fuel fund. Do we need to switch chairs around again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't let me step on that. Where? Tell me where the other.
Good afternoon. My name is Debbie Brown. I am the Executive Director with the Fuel Fund of Maryland. I brought our fabulous staff along with me today. They'll each introduce themselves. These are their solutions. They're boots on the ground. They're here to represent the clients, the low to moderate income community that is struggling. Both Kenny and Crystal, who will introduce themselves, have been with us since 2020. They have seen the low to moderate income communities go through the pandemic and out of the pandemic. We've put in place many things to help us with the accountability and sustainability of our 43-year-old nonprofit. To be ready for this, because this is probably, I've been at the Fuel Fund since 2015. This is probably the most challenging time for the low to moderate income community. And these two ladies see it every day and can share those stories. But whenever I get into a place where I can tell a little bit more about the Fuel Fund, there's new faces, people in the background. We always like to talk a little bit about the Fuel Fund. We've been around since 1981. We are in the BGE service territory. And our job is, as it says in that third bullet point, is to determine the potential fuel fund financial grant. We do not determine OHEP eligibility. We're not going to do anything with the BGE balances. That is our role. That is our focus. And right now, our 2 areas of focus are on BGE customers that have no power in their home or are in receipt of an impending turnoff notices. Prior to COVID, we would help with high balances, but those are the 2 areas right now that need the most focus. When an applicant receives a financial grant, and that grant is through the generosity of our donors. We receive no funding at the federal, state, county, or city level. We are funded through entirely through our donors. When that customer receives a grant, they will have skin in the game. They will have a payment to make. We do not, the Fuel Fund does not resolve that bill entirely. We were able to do that through the pandemic at one point, but we do not now. So they will have skin in the game. And as I noted, we receive no financial assistance. Everything we put together each year is through the generosity of our donors. Please check out our website. The apply button is at the top right, as well as the donate button, and I can assure you that 85 cents or more of every dollar goes directly back to the community that we serve. And most importantly, we couldn't do this without the long-term partnership with BG&E with that 50-cent match. So for every non-governmental donation that comes into the fuel fund, it is matched 50 cents on the dollar. So a $100 donation from Mrs. Brown is valued at $150 to us. If I were to write a $20,000 grant and get it, that has a value of $30,000 to the fuel fund. So that relationship with BGE is extremely important. On the next slide, you'll see our service area. We help with BGE customers only. So we're in that the central Maryland area. We have learned, and it's in our mission, that early intervention with the utility customer struggling with their bill is crucial. What we've seen is right now, if a household has an average bill of $2,000, it is a bit higher at this point, but the customers that come to us, they'll have a balance of $2,000. It's coming up on October. The customer knows they've been around a block enough that the chances of them probably getting turned off between November and March is not that high. So what's going to happen is that average utility balance each month between November and March is going to grow. And finally, when they get to us in, say, April, that balance is now doubled. So what we can do with our grant, it's helping, but it's not really helping. We need to get them earlier than later. So it's critical for the utility customer, as we've coined it at the Fuel Fund, to have skin in the game. And we want to encourage customers to take responsibility for their utility payments, because that's going to help these higher arrearages that have really built up through the pandemic and beyond. We know that arrears don't occur overnight. They're going to take months and even years. And right now, more than 50% of Fuel Fund applicants know that there's certain loopholes or things that they know to help them navigate with a utility balance, or if they're struggling. They know there's a 55-day extension. They know there's a 7-day extension. And they also know, as I previously noted, turnoffs don't happen or not likely between that November to March. So many of our customers, Crystal and Kenny can tell you this as well, they kind of know the loopholes. They know how to navigate the system. So why the data that we've all heard about has been presented has been crucial. It's not alone going to solve the problem. It's a big challenge, and the team and I have put together what we feel are really some immediate relief and some long-term support for this persistent issue. Our solutions, we think, will better support the low to moderate income community. They'll prevent the accumulation of significant unpaid bills. They'll provide tangible results, as well as proactive educational resources to help the utility customers. Right now, I want to give you a quick snapshot of a fuel fund applicant applying to the fuel fund. Their BG&E bill is going to be over $3,000. 60% of those applying are going to be under the age of 59 and younger. 40% are going to be 60 years old and over, and they go into our program that is run directly by Kenny, called Silver Lights, and it meets the needs of any older adult as well as those with critical medical needs. So 40% of our programming right now is going to older adults in the BGE service territory. The applicant at the Fuel Fund is going to be female. 75% of our applicants are female, and 50% of them are new to the utility assistance world and getting help, and 50% are returning or have had some involvement with the Fuel Fund in the last 3 years. Also, 30% of our applicants, or 3 out of every 10, have made less than 2 payments on their BGE bill in the last year. So that's a current snapshot. But as I said earlier, I bought the best people for those questions with that. And as I say to anybody, to the commissioners, to anybody in this room, if you'd like to see what we do, please come by on a daily basis so you can see that. The BGE team comes and does this with us once a year, so we always like to extend that opportunity so you can hear a little bit more. So what we've put together, the ladies and I, we put together with 9 solutions to really enhance the utility customers' understanding and support during utility hardships, ensuring fair and equitable treatment for all Marylanders with a utility crisis. So what we'll do, Bree, we'll go through each one of the solutions and then feel free to ask us questions if that's good. So we'll just keep it, remember that these are our solutions based on our daily experience and our years of experience, and we feel these solutions can make an immediate impact to any utility customer in the state of Maryland. So I will turn it over to my colleagues.
Yeah, just for the sake of the court reporter, I will need you to spell your name after you introduce yourself. So
Okay. Kenyatta Stark. And
yeah, go ahead, and then just pull the mic a little closer to you so we can hear you. So.
Kenyatta Stark.
Yes.
Kenyatta Stark, Starke. Our first solution is the elimination the utility moratoriums unless of a statewide emergency. Implementing these moratoriums outside of these emergency situation exhibits financial challenges for customers and the utilities alike.
Hi, my name is Crystal Radcliffe. That's CRYSTAL RADCLIFFE. Solution number 2, mandate that utilities create, implement an early intervention policy. Issue shutoff notices starting with utility balances of $500 or higher. Along with shutoff notices, utilities should provide information about the Office of Home Energy Programs to guide customers towards available assistance.
Good afternoon. My name is Brianna Dorsey, Program Director, BRIANNA DORSEY. Solution number 3, restrict payment arrearages plans to customers with consistent payment history. Payment plans should be offered to only customers who have a minimum number of payments per year, ensuring stability and reducing inconsistencies.
And again, our solution number 4 is mandate annual verification of account holders' identity by the utilities. And this measure will address the increase in non-account holders requesting utility assistance and ensuring that aid reaches the intended recipients.
Interesting.
Solution number 5, require utilities to educate customers about the critical medical waiver form. Make this form easily accessible on their website and include it as an insert in monthly bills. Distribute the form through hospitals and healthcare providers to reach those who may need it most.
Solution 6, reward good payments. Utility companies who make regular monthly payments should receive an annual incentive, discount, or rebate to reward and acknowledge positive behavior.
We also would like to create a behavioral change and run public awareness campaigns highlighting simple actions like turn-off notices when it's not in use and unplugging devices to, avoid excessive uses, organize community challenges or competitions to see who can reduce their energy usage the most over time.
Enhance customer service. Provide personalized support through dedicated customer service representatives who can assist LMI customers with their specific needs and guide them through available programs and payment options with their respective utility provider.
Solution 9, expand the mission and operation of the Fuel Fund of Maryland across the entire state, with each utility company in Maryland administering a fuel fund program.
I think we've all heard that the Office of Home Energy Programs will have less money, so we know smaller grants are coming out to those in need. Kenny and Crystal see that every day already. So given the success of the Fuel Fund, again, 43 years, we'll be celebrating our 45th anniversary in 2026. We think it would be amazing to replicate this model with each utility company in their respective territories.
And this continues. The need for a statewide fuel fund is supported by the data. We have a change in the night. It's a data change. We're actually, Maryland ranks the 15th highest in the nation for utility costs. Many low to moderate income households in Maryland are struggling to keep up with the rising utility costs, leading to an increased demand for assistance. Older adults, low-income families, and individuals with disabilities are particularly at risk of utility disconnections and non-payment, which can have severe consequences on their health and well-being. In 2022, electric companies in Maryland cut off power to households more than 74,000 times.
So again, our proposal is creating a fuel fund model in each of the utility companies' service territories. By partnering with the utility companies, each newly created fuel fund can expand its reach and provide more comprehensive support to all Marylanders. And most importantly, the fuel fund and the newly created fuel funds, as well as the utility companies, will share a common goal that ensures that all Maryland residents have access to the essential utilities and resources when they need them.
Utility companies can provide additional resources such as funding, outreach, and logistical support to enhance each fuel fund's effort. Each newly created fuel fund will report directly to its respective utility companies. Fuel Fund of Maryland will serve as a paid consultant to each utility company's newly established fuel fund, providing guidance on processes, procedures, and best practice. The Fuel Fund of Maryland will consider serving as the headquarters for a statewide fuel fund program.
Most importantly, all Maryland households will receive the utility assistance they need, reducing the risk of utility disconnections and improving overall community well-being. The utility companies will benefit from positive public relations by demonstrating their commitment to support the low to moderate income community. And a collaborative approach will create a more sustainable and impactful utility assistance program benefiting Marylanders for years to come.
Conclusion. The 43 years of success of Fuel Fund of Maryland and the urgent need for increased utility assistance across the low to moderate income community presents a compelling case for replicating the fuel fund model with each utility company within their respective services territories throughout Maryland. And we'll open it up for questions.
All right, Commissioner Barbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say I am, well, first of all, these are terrific solutions, and I think a lot of these are probably more appropriately angled at the legislature, but this is quite a lot of this is innovative, and I have to say that the first 3 or 4 solutions you proposed to me seemed counterintuitive to what I would ordinarily hear advocates say. In particular, I guess the first question is, in composing these solutions, did you talk with the tenant advocacy groups like the Public Justice Center or any of those people, or just provided we did request that you come up with solutions, so it would be fair for you to just say, no, these are our suggestions, we've offered it to you, but I'm just curious to know whether you have consulted with any of those other advocacy groups.
No, our solutions internally, based on the applicants.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. You know what? I'll leave it there, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Very, very interesting insights.
Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, and also thank you for the great work you've been doing over the years. Just looking, maybe you can help me just with the overall genesis of this organization in BG, because we're talking about a recommendation that we try to replicate this throughout the state, and I presume that that's as one of those mechanisms that we're kind of talking about in the bigger picture here. But how did you begin in BG? Was that something you came to the Public Service Commission, or did you go to legislature? Maybe you just educate me on it.
Absolutely. It's one of those wonderful stories, a sad story, but a wonderful story on our beginning. We got our start when a older couple in the city of Baltimore froze to death in their home when their power was disconnected. Victorine Adams, councilwoman at that time in the 70s, said it was never going to happen again on her watch. She met with BGE. We do have access to her archives. It's amazing at Morgan State University. And on a cocktail napkin, she wrote down that she would receive a $10,000 donation from BGE to begin to help BGE customers that were struggling, such as this couple. That's the genesis, and that's how we got started. A few years later was the 50-cent match on the credits, and since then we have partnered with BG&E.
Okay.
And move forward. Yep.
And as part of this proceeding, do you see, just through a work group, maybe I should ask this first. I mean, have you already approached the other utilities about setting up a similar program in their service territories?
We had conversations with one other utility at one time, Pepco, I believe it was, to kind of feel it out, but it was still during the middle of the pandemic, so the timing is right now that we'd like to start those conversations. It really is something in the last couple weeks that's come up, because we realize we have that niche market right in the middle. OHEP is statewide. So again, it would be great to have that funnel go down. You have OHEP, then you would have the fuel fund in any of the 23 counties or the city, and it comes right down.
Okay.
So we would be welcome to have that conversation, share knowledge of things of that nature, as well as our relationship with BG&E, realizing that not every utility could replicate what we do with BGE.
Okay. And then just as far as direction to, a work group process and looking at your recommendations, including the big recommendation of replicating this, what kind of action would you see coming from the commission to try to I guess, promote this idea of multiple fuel funds, or a fuel fund Maryland?
We have that, again, that's where I'd come with you to ask for that. We have the solution, how to make that happen. I don't know the process or how we do it. We just know, again, it would work based on what we do and what we see.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah.
No, I'm just trying to kind of figure out what
I know it's a
what
bigger
action-
ask than
yeah,
just
what
our
action
solution.
we would take, or is this something that would have to go to legislature? I'm just trying to figure that out. And I guess the last is just understanding what you're doing. We're kind of in this proceeding talking about mechanisms to just look at the overall affordability of energy in this state, of electricity in this state. It seems like a lot of what you're doing now is really to intervene when folks have hit a crisis point, or an actual shutoff. How would you see your organization actually, with that first step of trying to avoid the crisis in the first place? Would that be encapsulated in your first three recommendations, or do you see some other kind of mechanism for trying to help people not ever needing the services you're providing right now?
Right.
in
We always
PG?
say if we're doing it right, nobody would need us, right? It's not going to happen. I think in those first three slides, but I think everyone up here at the panel would agree, is we have very, very strong data that shows that. Kenny and Crystal always say, by the time they get to us, we don't want to say too late. We haven't lost them. It's too late. It's more of being proactive, getting the resources out to the Marylanders so they know in advance. If you go to the Maryland Motor Vehicle Administration, your experience is the same whatever you go to, whatever county. But when you come to utility assistance, it's not the same. So again, it's that consistency in messaging. I think we all could share data a lot better, and really get to that Marylander before. I think in that one slide, we've seen individuals cut off for balances over $10,000. We've seen people disconnected for balances less than $500. We really, really believe the earlier we can start messaging the customer, the better. Can't wait for it to get to $2,000 and $3,000.
Great. Well, thank you for being here, and again, I appreciate the great work you're doing.
Yes,
Trust me.
this is terrific. So I'm almost envisioning, everybody sort of has their role to play, and so the sort of the role of folks that are trying to reduce the customer's bill either by less usage or by lower rates, and then having that sort of safety net there when the situation gets bad. And so I'd like to walk through a couple of these solutions just to kind of flesh them out a little bit. So I'm assuming the solution one, the concern here is that when you have a moratorium, you're just going to see the bill come in. It's just going to come in really big, and you're not really addressing the problem. You're just delaying it many months, and so when you finally get back to it, you're going to have this astronomical bill. Isn't it better to once you've got an unpaid bill, try to get at it at the beginning and not wait? That's the reason for solution number one?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And then for number two, do you have a sense of what the utilities do when they're sending a bill to a customer for non-payment? Do they contact OHEP? Do you get any sense that there's
No.
any? Thank you. I think Commissioner Barvey just answered. So okay, that's fine. You have to wait for them to answer the question. Okay. So I'm assuming the thinking here is try to get engagement with the right folks early in the process. Once you've sort of identified the problem, don't just keep sending dunning notices, but actually, are you having, maybe a question, are you having trouble paying your bill? Well, if you are, these are the people that you should contact. So try to get sort of engagement earlier in the process. I assume that's solution number two?
Right.
Okay.
But BPE does do a great job when clients call in and they're having issues with their bill, that they have it from our screen that we see, that they do have the income limits for OHEP. So I do believe that they try to funnel them into that. We have to also remember that a lot of clients aren't reading their bill. They're either getting it on their phone or text or to some degree. So even with that being said, we're just trying to get them to a place that if they could just get to some assistance and know what they're doing, or if they can get help or can't. But at this time, with the OHEP grants being 80% less than what they were this time last year, we are seeing clients come to us with $5,000 bills, and they're only getting $400 from energy assistance. So they're looking for us to pull up the rear, and that's definitely impossible.
Yeah, what we may be talking about is, sort of working with you on process, trying to figure out what are sort of the right, and then trying to find the solution in terms of the financial support. So we may have to just take them as two different issues. So what do you do for customers that have a troubled payment history?
If a client has a troubled payment history, we still just work with them as normal. We just try to see how much they can come up with, and it also always depends on what our actual funding looks like as well.
Okay.
Because with all of these bills, honestly, every bill almost is over $3,000.
So there are people you're just going to have to turn away, or do you never turn somebody away?
We almost never turn anyone away. It's just the skin in the game part. So if someone has a $3,000 bill, we may ask them to pay, let's say, $1,500 or $1,000 of that particular overall current bill. But if they're already struggling, they don't have that amount of money just sitting around just for their BGE bill.
Okay, so what happens at that point?
We do refer them to other agencies for possible assistance, but as you know, that is kind of slim to none at this point.
Okay, so those are the people that, okay. Well, we'll have to build a bigger net, right? So the critical medical waiver form, what is that?
So the critical medical waiver form is when someone, as Laurel and Cindy and them has spoke last time, is someone who is in the home that has some type of medical need, or a child that has a medical need, and they can get extra assistance sometimes from the Energy Assistance Office. Also, BG has a program that if they have this actual form on their account or in their file, it kind of prevents them from getting shut off so quickly. BG tries to work with them knowing that someone is in the home using oxygen, so you definitely don't want to turn that household off.
Okay.
We also have a program that we work with to try to give them a little bit more extra funds if they find themselves in that predicament. So we use that. We use a form as well that is the same form that Energy Assistance use. So we're not recreating the wheel.
And about how much do you have in terms of funds a year?
This fiscal year, which started July 1, our budget to help the low to moderate income community is $830,500.
Okay. And I'm assuming you're always looking at it as not being enough and needing more.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's based on projected revenue, donations, things of that nature.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you again for coming. I mean, your piece in the puzzle is really important because as much as we can fix everything in the front end, it's really good to have you there as that sort of safety net. So I hope you stay engaged in the process. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I think everybody has kind of gone through most of the solutions, but let me just check. So, solution 4, annual verification account holder identity by utilities. So, I guess, without going into a whole lot of detail, I mean, what exactly is it that needs to happen to make this work? I guess I was under the impression that this already was occurring, so.
So you'll have a client come in the home or buy a home, and let's just say that it's the mom, and then the mom gets sickly, and then she may transition, may not, but then it's other people that's living in the home. And so a lot of times what we're seeing from the fuel fund's perspective is that you may have the account in one person's name, but that person is no longer even in the home. But they're trying to get assistance under my program, which is called the Silver Lights program. But when we verify that information with the energy assistance information, it's a 40-year-old that's really in the home, and there is no senior in the home. So that verification process would help, even us out tremendously. Who is actually in the home? And even if we're, if what people have been speaking about previously, if we're really going to get into where we're talking about, is this house a low income household or not, then I think that would be beneficial to know who actually is the account holder.
I see. Okay. And then when it comes to solution 8, about the sort of, I guess, more intense customer service support, I was under the impression that at least when it came to BG&E that they were already doing this or attempting to do this. I mean, is it they need to enhance what they're doing, or is this something that they're really not doing?
I think it's across the board. Kenny or Crystal, you can jump in. Maybe enhance or maybe dedicate one or two that just have that extra knowledge or that extra expertise dealing with that community, the stress, the crisis, just everything that happens versus what you would call the regular average customer that's in a financial situation. Would you ladies agree? Yes. So just looking for more dedicated customer service to that low to moderate income community. A specialist. As I say, Kenny is our specialist on the team.
Okay. And then regarding number 9, trying to replicate this across the state, there is a Washington, D.C. version of you, right?
WAF, Washington Area Fuel Fund.
And now, obviously they deal with PEPCO and WGL, but they only deal with PEPCO and WGL within the confines of the District of Columbia?
At PG Montgomery, District of Columbia.
They do So in some sense, you're already in existence, at least there.
Yes.
Okay.
And Washington, WAF, as it's called, they are run through the Salvation Army offices.
I see.
That's how they administer the utility assistance.
Okay. And so you had talked about when the fuel fund was created here, and it was, if I remember right, Ms. Adams was actually a Baltimore City Council person. So when you were originally set up, was it actually through the auspices of the city government that sort of, because I imagine there were some things that have to happen to set you up, tax status wise, legal wise, and all that kind of stuff. And so what I'm trying to find out is what sorts of things, if we ask Potomac Edison and SMECO, to try and replicate this in Southern Maryland and Western Maryland, what is it that they're going to have to try to do, and who do they have to try to work with in order to make this happen?
I know when Miss Adams made the agreement with BG&E, it started out with that first donation, and then within the first year or two, then that's when the nonprofit status took over. So, and the help was only in the city originally, and then they began to expand the service farther out in the BGE territory.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. And now, why don't we turn to ACEEE?
Thank you very much. I'm Mark Kreswick, MarkKreswick, the Senior Policy Director at the American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy, or ACEEE. Just really appreciate the opportunity, substituting for my colleague, Sagarika Subramanian, who had the opportunity to speak with you at the last hearing. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it, so I'm here instead. But very excited to be so. Unfortunately, I need to start with correcting a reference that the Office of People's Counsel made earlier today when they referred to the energy burden update that we released last week. They cited that the top quartile, so a quarter of all low-income residents in the city of Baltimore, the metropolitan statistical area that includes Baltimore, had faced the second highest energy burden in the country. Unfortunately, it is in fact the highest. Over a quarter of all low-income residents in the Baltimore metropolitan statistical area in 2021 paid more than 26% of their income on energy. That is the highest in the country. You heard from a number of wonderful advocates here about the statistics on utility shutoffs, about the decrease in energy assistance programs and energy assistance payments that are being made to those households right now. You have the power to change that. I'm going to talk a little bit about best practices from other states that are applicable here, and speak to some of the specific questions that I heard each of you make over the course of the last few hours. First, there are 26 states and the District of Columbia that currently provide energy assistance programs beyond LIHEAP. Maryland is not one of those, as you know. So there are a lot of best practices to draw from. A lot of the questions that you've been asking have been solved and addressed by those other states, and so we should apply those. The other principle that I'd urge you to consider is do not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I am going to talk about best practices, good, better, best. But in the interest of getting assistance to those households who need it right now, I want to underscore, do not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. It is important to move quickly and deliver that assistance to them. Do not wait. Some of those best practices do include, Commissioner Richard, as you noted, more assistance from public sources of funding, namely the General Assembly budgeting more funding for income and energy assistance. That should happen. Ask for that. But I think the best way to get that is to put in place a framework for which that funding can flow most effectively to those who need it most, and to demonstrate the need for that. We saw a step in the right direction. I think OHEP has done a phenomenal job implementing the categorical eligibility requirements of the General Assembly's statute. And that did lead to an increase, as you know, of more than 74% of applications this past year. That is exactly the right step, right? Taking that step for categorical eligibility to ensure that those who need assistance are getting it. But that needs to come with an increase, as that action demonstrates the increase in assistance that is necessary. You can do the same thing by putting in place the framework for an energy assistance program like those other 26 states, by moving that forward with an order that sets the date by which you intend to implement that and the exact parameters that you need from the working group, should you institute a working group, that need to be delivered by that date so you can implement that framework. As the Office of People's Counsel said, should that come from higher income individuals or more public sources? If possible, yes. That would be that would be better. However, in the interest of administrative ease and not asking everyone for their income, Commissioner Barve, as you said, and requiring them to file their income, it is easier to simply set that any payments coming from ratepayers for that energy assistance program come from those who aren't receiving the assistance, right? So just two categories, very simple. That is the way most other states enact that. There are some other examples, but that's the simplest one. When it comes to, you were also asking questions about mastered metered. I actually just was not just sitting there texting other things, I'm listening and looking things up. It turns out the Public Service Commission, according to the Office of People's Counsel, did a survey back in 2018 and found that less than 1,000 electric accounts are master metered. I think about 840 are currently master metered in the state of Maryland, and 3,300 some gas accounts were master metered. There are other states, CARE, that you referenced, the California program, that is explicit about how to handle master metered accounts. So, for instance, master meter mobile park, mobile home, manufactured home parks are often master metered, and they can apply for energy assistance on behalf of their residents, and there's just a requirement that that assistance be passed on to those eligible residents. So, it's a really important question. Don't let it get in the way of solving the problem. There are solutions from other states that have dealt with that exact issue. Speaking of CARE, you had asked a question about income verification. We're big fans of self-attestation, make it as simple and easy as possible. That's what CARE does. You can apply for and start receiving your assistance before any income verification even happens. There's a post-verification, income verification process that happens. The utilities administer that in California, but certainly there are other options, including, as you noted, having a centralized database, OHEP, administer that. So there's a lot of different options there. We really encourage getting that assistance to people as soon as possible. Generally find low-income households don't lie about their income. So. Just something to, but categorical eligibility, automatic enrollment has been discussed as a best practice. These are all best practices that can be applied. Finally, speaking as the American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy, I would be remiss not to talk about energy efficiency and the importance of that in this process. One of the other things about the CARE program in California is with the utilities administering verification of eligibility, they also know if that household is a high energy user, what they classify as a high energy user. And they can follow up with that household as part of this process and connect them with an energy auditor and energy service consultant who can help them with recommendations to lower the energy use in their home. We think it's vitally important to link energy assistance with energy efficiency programs because ultimately improving the quality of that home, improving the energy performance of that home is the only way to lower their energy burdens long term and the burden that either all ratepayers or all Marylanders are taking on when providing assistance to that household. So we should be absolutely providing energy assistance and linking together energy assistance with energy efficiency improvements in that home. Virginia, one of the most recent states just down south here, to implement such a program, the Percentage of Income Payment Program, the PIP program in Virginia, explicitly did that. So in their statute, they required those things to be linked, and anybody participating in the PIP program is automatically eligible for an energy audit and energy assistance and connected to the local energy efficiency providers for that household. So each one of these parameters are something that you can outline as far as these are the things that need to be determined and recommended by the working group. But again, set yourselves a deadline, put in place a framework, whether it's a PIP, whether it's a tiered discount or a straight discount, get started, deliver that assistance today, get that assistance in the hands of those who need it most. Set up a framework by which you can say, hey, General Assembly, we're solving this problem. If you want it to be solved a better way, if you want to provide more funding, it can flow through this mechanism. We need that funding. It's a better way to do it. Give us that funding, but at least we're taking leadership. We're solving this problem that we know exists because of the authority and the position that we have here in the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Commissioner Sushman.
Okay, a lot to think about. I guess the first thing is actually a request that you would send us the ACEEE report that includes. I mean, I'm assuming you have it someplace that, and if you could send it to David, that would be great. It's actually an intriguing thought to tie the energy audit to participation in a low moderate income program. And do you have a sense of whether I mean, if we were, for example, not to offer it but to mandate it. So if you want to, so the condition is if you want to be on this rate, we have to send somebody to look at your energy usage. Is there? Are you aware of places that mandate it? And if there is a mandate, has there been then reluctance of people to sign up for the program because they don't want people in their homes? And then if it's encouraged rather than mandated, do you have a sense of how many people have taken them up on that?
I would say if you are prepared to approve the levels of funding through Empower to support audits and retrofits for every low-income household in the state of Maryland, then mandate it. If you are not prepared to do that, then that mandate becomes a barrier to receiving energy assistance that is vitally necessary.
Okay.
So, and this is the perfect not being the enemy of the good.
Well,
should every household participate in energy assistance?
Well, then
yes, but
right. Then I'm also wondering if we don't mandate it, at least have a fairly comprehensive listing of programs and opportunities available with perhaps a sit down with somebody.
100%.
So,
yep.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, we had that discussion in Virginia, and in the course of that conversation about whether or not it should be mandated, that exact.
Well, actually, I mean, I hadn't thought about the cost of the audit, and right then we'd have to have an Empower conversation. But at least having a database of information, not a database, but somebody who could walk people through the opportunities and the kinds of savings that they could see in addition to the reduction in their bill.
Yeah.
So, okay.
And I'd love to see that out of Empower, but.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Barve.
Thank you very much. No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate your being here today. We were talking about this framework, and I guess what I'm trying to conceptualize is really, the programs that are run directly by the state through DHS and OHEP, and then what we can do here at the Commission. So, I guess I've been asking if we get state funding, should that first be focused on trying to, enhance, supplement the state programs? If we're talking about direct funding.
So a couple of ways to think about this, and again, how other states do this. I'm actually going to use Nevada as an example because it also gives me a chance to highlight something I neglected to highlight. And I'm going to actually start with what I neglect to highlight and then answer your question. It was about setting the overall goal. So the way Nevada does this with their percentage of income payment program is they actually calculate the median household income of every household in the state of Nevada, right? And then they set their percentage of income payment program, their goal, to that median household energy burden for all low-income households. So basically say, we don't want any low-income household in Nevada to have a higher energy burden than our statewide median. So that's actually the overarching goal that I would say, rather than an arbitrary 6%, which I realize 6% is most often used because of our original energy burden report in 2020, where we said that was the number. In fact, we think there's maybe an evolution to that. But 6% is still good. In Nevada, I can say it actually ends up being under 3%. So what they then do, under the auspices of the Utility Commission, is combine all energy assistance programs to ensure that they are providing enough assistance to households to reach that. So they've set that goal, and under the auspices of the Commission, they work with all LIHEAP funding, they work with Weatherization Assistance Program funding, they work with state funding from a societal benefits charge to ensure that for every household that is participating, they're reaching that burden. So they're combining those different things. So that's what I say when I say set a framework. You're setting a requirement that there will be an energy assistance program administered under the auspices of the Commission, and that it will work with these other agencies, including DSS. Got to partner very closely with any other agency that's providing energy assistance, with an overarching goal that every household will reach whatever goal it is that you set. So that's combining those. So where the funding from the state goes, yeah, you can say, hey, should that funding be administered by DSS as part of this overarching framework? Absolutely. And that's actually the way a lot of other states do this, is making sure that their programs work well together and in concert together through the same office. And again, 26 other states do this. So.
Okay. And you may recall when the Secretary of DHS was here, I was just asking a little bit about, idea of creating a customer class, a low-income customer class, and a specific tariff, and then really the creation of a product, that electric product that would, either we could approach it as a customer class, or we could just a direct discount, but to try to create that product, and part of it would be to waive or eliminate the state mandated fees and the taxes, and use that to pay for the discount, or however we might formulate the customer class tariff. One of his responses is, well, we'd like to see what works in other places. Are you aware of any other that have attempted to pay for their discounts by eliminating state-mandated fees or taxes for a particular class of customers?
I'll have to look into that a little bit more. Okay. Off the top of my head, I'm not.
Okay.
Yep.
To me, it just seemed like one way to kind of indirectly get state support without explicitly asking for a tax increase. It would be rather, waiving or exempting a current fee or tax.
Happy to look into that more and file that along with some of the other things that the Commission has asked for.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much for being here.
And especially if you can set a deadline for me to respond in the docket, the better.
How about next? We just do it right here, next week. Okay, no,
I'll see what I can do.
Sure. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Chair, I'm going to have to leave in about 5 minutes for my OPSI board. PGM is adding to the urgency of us finding ways to
unquestionably
reduce the burdens on our ratepayers.
We can shift it to them. So. So just so I'm straight on this, you've said that there are 26 states that have something like this.
Either a percentage of income payment program, a tiered discount, a straight discount for a specific low-income class. Okay. Yes.
And it's essentially a segment of the residential customers that are getting the benefit, and it's being paid for by the other ratepayers or paid Correct. For by other sources?
Usually a combination of both.
Okay. And in those states, has there been any, because I asked this question of the People's Council, of, look, if we do this, do we create resentment amongst, one segment of the residential class against another? And one of his answers was, well, it may be that they don't notice it because it's just not that much money. Has there been problems with these programs in the 26 states, or is it everyone's actually fine with it? To the best of your knowledge. I mean, I'm not expecting you to give me 25 yes and one no, or
To the best of my knowledge, yes. I think most people generally agree that low-income households need assistance, that electricity is one of our most vital needs and rights as a society. I mean, electricity underpins so much of everything that we need in our society today. So if people don't have access to that electricity simply because of their income, I think most people understand that they should receive assistance and a discount.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And
Yep. Oh.
well, actually, yeah.
Well, this is just a fact question about the 26 states. So when you are providing the study,
I will.
Can you also give us? It doesn't have to be in great detail, but at least a sort of a general sense of what the 26 states are doing in terms of mechanisms.
There was a wonderful piece from Columbia University that was literally published yesterday that I will include.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So why don't we turn to staff? Can you push it back? Okay.
Just like I just have to run to the release room.
Yeah, yeah, go. Because
But are we going to run out of a quorum?
well, we might. That's what I'm trying to work on. So, but go ahead.
Okay. All right.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Just one moment while we bring up our slide deck.
Take your time. We're in good shape. So.
Once again, Chair Hoover. Should I wait till?
Wait, yeah, just give me a couple minutes until.
Got it. No problem.
Because technically, you don't have a quorum. So.
No, Evan Thomas.
Evan?
Yep, EVAN.
E-V-E-N?
A-N.
Thomas?
Thomas.
EVAN.
Yeah, sorry, my first name. Is that much better?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a legal question or something.
Okay. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Chair Hoover, Commissioners, once again, good afternoon. James Greger on behalf of staff. I'm joined this afternoon by Evan Thomas and Alex Lee, who will be handling the presentation this afternoon. And I'll go ahead and turn that over to them.
Shall we full screen this?
It's a PDF.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Alex Lee and Evan Thomas on behalf of staff. We're here to share our comments regarding the low-income mechanisms. So, just an overview, I'll be presenting the first half of the slides with my colleague Evan presenting the second half of the slides. I may just step in during Evan's portion to present the supply versus distribution question and some thoughts on community solar. But our comments will largely follow the Commission's topics of focus from the June 13th public hearing notice, so just in that sequence. Okay, so to begin, the Public Utility Article Section 4-309 provides some basic eligibility criteria and mechanism structure that you see cited above. So staff has strived to consider all the factors, not just the mechanism, but for example, at the bottom, C5, coordination with other public and private assistance. Next slide, please. So to that end, we can see here that there's varying existing programs that deal with low-income customers, especially EUSP and MEEP. But even Empower has the low-income related aspect in its weatherization. So we see some of the bullet points below that discuss the eligibility, the benefit mechanism, and the funding aspects or funding sources. Staff notes that the proposed limited low-income mechanism would not eliminate other programs, but would be additional to these. So we thought that was important to consider. Next slide, please. So taking a look specifically at EUSP and MEEP, this data was taken from the EUSP proposed operations plan for last year, FY 2024 and FY 2025, which staff and OPC filed comments yesterday. And the USPP data has come from the staff report. So we can see, I thought that this was important because we can see the discrepancy between applications and the amounts of applications and the actual enrollments. So it does confirm that there is indeed a demand and a need for energy burden relief. I would point out that there's a large increase in applications for EUSP bill payment and arrearage, and MEEP too, on the order of 100,000 applications jumping, in just 1 year. So it remains to be seen whether the increase is solely attributable to categorical eligibility and automatic enrollment, although it's certain that it certainly must be a major factor. Next slide, please. So the utilities also have, their existing programs which provide a modicum of assistance to low-income customers. Established examples such as BGE's Fuel Fund, who spoke earlier, and Columbia's Heat Share program have existed. As the primary advocates for utility-specific low-income mechanisms, the utilities have, also proposed, their own sorts of solutions, such as extending existing programs, as was the case of WGL's RES program, which operates in DC. UGI also proposed extending its program, its Operation Share program, which exists in Pennsylvania. So SMECO and PE have also proposed their fixed credit and discount and 50% discount respectively. That's SMECO and PE. So they both of these were limited to winter heating. So I think what I'm trying to illustrate is that the utility programs are, from their perspective, tailored to their customer base, but, in my opinion, they can be piecewise. So staff appreciates the existing utility mechanisms, but supports standardized eligibility and benefits, though allowing for slight variation if necessary, if the commission deems it necessary. Next slide, please. So this is just an overview of, the slides to come in part 2. So we've prepared comments on eligibility and funding, while also having, separate slides to address major questions of statewide, annual, and distribution-only implementation. Next slide, please. So OHEP's automatic eligibility, categorical eligibility, and their willingness to share data with utilities, we think greatly simplifies eligibility and enrollment. So what they've been developing, we think it's very good. Staff supports using OHEP eligibility as the criteria for the proposed limited income mechanism, based on 200% of the federal poverty level. I think that's a good standard eligibility criteria. Next slide, please. Staff additionally supports that OHEP report the benefit level to the utilities in order to fine-tune any mechanism benefits. So that was, I think, the 6, income levels. I think that granularity of data should definitely be included in whatever information OHEP shares. So, again, just to sort of reiterate some of the points that have been brought up, not just by the consumer advocates, but also the utilities themselves. Staff is interested in the enhanced effectiveness regarding data flow between OHEP and the utilities, as this would be critical to the limited income mechanism success. So, we agree with definitely good data flow. Is there more that can be said? Next slide, please. So staff supports, as mentioned, staff supports a more standardized mechanism, at minimum a uniform eligibility criteria across the state, and preferably uniform criteria between gas and electric utilities. So this slide just getting to the original question, I think earlier in the year when this was sort of more up in the air, should we have a statewide or utility by utility implementation? We again recommend that it should be more uniform. So now handing it over to my colleague Evan.
Thanks, Alex. Again, Evan Thomas on behalf of staff. Thank you for having us. So now we're going to talk about the mechanism structure, just to provide some background kind of on the rate design, if you will. At the very end of our slides, we are going to have recommendations and kind of a path forward. And I just want to talk about that real quick because we are going to kind of get into the weeds, but just kind of to keep the big picture in sight. We really like MEAC's suggestion of keeping it simple with bill credits. And so that's kind of where we're going. But we want to kind of talk through the various options that are in front of you and explain why keeping it simple, we believe, is the way to go at this point in time. So obviously, PIPs have been a broad topic of conversation here. They're designed to hit a certain energy burden for the low-income customers. And of course, when considering any energy burden, we must consider the assistance that is already existing. The assistance from these mechanisms considered in this procedure will be in addition to the existing assistance. So in terms of PIPs, there's two main types of PIPs. There's fixed payment and fixed credit. Fixed payment is when the monthly payment that a customer makes each month is fixed, and so essentially it's like a bill cap or a price cap, if you will. And so the credit amount or the assistance amount varies depending on the customer's usage. On the other hand, there is fixed credit PIPs or assistance where the credit amount is fixed and the customer's bill varies with income. So for example, a customer would be given a credit of $30 and then the customer would have to pay the remainder of the bill for which that $30 doesn't cover. Overall, staff does not support the fixed payment PIP where the amount that a customer pays is fixed each month. We think this disincentivizes energy conservation because regardless of a customer's usage, the bill does not change. And so when we get to our recommendations, you'll see we recommend just simple bill credits. And so that would be a fixed bill credit that we would come up with. And this would allow for customers to be able to react and change their usage accordingly. So moving on, we've heard about kind of OHEP's benefit tiers. I think they have 6 income levels and then the 2 additional. And so the idea with these, just to reiterate really, is to more target the energy burden for the various groups of customers, because the energy burden is dependent on income, and so you might have a different credit level depending on the income of the customer. And so we do support a fixed credit with OHEP's tiers. I think today also we've heard talk about potentially creating low-income rate classes. So classes where they would have different rates. At this point in time, we do not support this. We think it would be complex. We think it would be costly. We think it would take longer. Going back again to MEAC's kind of comments and how we feel as well, at least from the get-go, we want to keep it simple. And so we think bill credits are the way to go. Let's not mess with rate classes and all that stuff. To begin with, let's just get additional assistance. And then from there, if it works or if we can get the credits to work, we can then potentially iterate or try more complex solutions. Yeah, sorry, can you go back? So in addition, though, to like bill credits, something you'll often see is like arrearage management components. I think the Fu Fund talked about this a little bit. And so sometimes you'll see assistance programs that kind of reward good payment habits, if we will. So if a customer makes 12 consecutive like in full or on-time payments, there will be a reduction to their arrearage balances, or their arrearage balance will be completely removed. And so this is one thing that could be added on to the mechanism in addition to the bill credits. Of course, this could increase the cost, and so that is something to be cognizant of, but this is definitely assistance that could be provided in a route that could be explored. And so I think just thinking about what the utilities proposed, SMECO and WGL both proposed bill credits, and so our analysis right now is that this should be a fairly simple thing to implement that wouldn't need a lot of IT work or complex thought like, for example, if we were to implement low-income rate classes, for example. So again, keeping it simple, we do think bill credits are the way to go, and SMECO and WGL both proposed bill credits as an option, so there are some utilities that support this as well. And then I guess also PE proposed a 50% discount to their distribution rates. I'm sorry, I don't know if they proposed it through a bill credit or not, but still somewhat similar. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I know we've heard a little bit about this from MEA and ACEEE regarding the assistance programs in other states. I kind of want to run through these somewhat quickly because we have already talked about them, but just to highlight kind of the key components of each, and these components will be reflected in our recommendations as well. So if we just take Virginia, for example, they have a PIT program. So the components, right, we have eligibility, and so their eligibility is 150% or less of the federal poverty line or guidelines. The assistance form or kind of actual mechanism itself is through capping payments, and so through the Virginia one, electric heat customers, their payments are capped at 10% of their income, and then non-electric heat customers, their payments are capped at 6% of the income, excuse me. And then this program also does have an arrearage management component where, like I was just saying before, if a customer does make 12 on-time and in full payments, their outstanding balances would be eliminated. And this program is funded through ratepayers. I think they call it just like a universal service fee, essentially. And in addition to what ACEEE said, there are free energy audits that are available to participants of this program. In terms of Ohio, again, starting with the eligibility, their income guidelines are 175% of the federal poverty level. They also have fixed payments, kind of like Virginia, 10% for all electric, and then for dual fuel customers, they cap the payments at 5% for gas heat and 5% for electric. And the program also has an arrearage management component. However, unlike Virginia, where it's 12 on-time in full payments, this Ohio program is 24 on-time in full payments. And if a customer successfully does that, their outstanding arrearage balance is wiped as well. However, different from Virginia, this program is fully funded by taxpayers. Okay, moving on to California, we've discussed the CARE program. Eligibility-wise, it's 200% of the federal poverty guidelines. And this program, rather than capping the bills at a certain percentage, they offer percentage discounts. And so customers receive a 35% discount for their electric bill and a 20% discount on their gas bill. And this program is funded by ratepayers. California, so that's like the CARE program. California is in the process of implementing an additional program, which is called the Family Electric Rate Assistance Program, which I think is kind of called FARA. And so this is expanding the income requirements from 200% of the federal poverty line to 250% of the federal poverty line. So it's kind of hitting your moderate income folks that are not eligible for the CARES program. And these customers would receive an 18% discount on their electricity bill, and so that discount is less than the CARES program, and I think it's less because these customers are higher income, and so they need less assistance. But this is to target the moderate income. And they're trying to roll this out in May of 2025, and right now it appears that only 3 or so of the major investor-owned utilities in California would offer this, but perhaps more will sign up as well. Okay, next slide, please.
Okay, so just taking over this slide as electricity analyst, some of the parties have supported applying the benefits to supply, not just the distribution part of the bill. So we believe that would be quite complex. It would be an impediment to implementation. It could definitely raise costs and would have a lot of cost causation implications. Staff supports having the benefit apply to distribution only. That's really the bottom line. Not only it would be easier, but particularly in the case if it were funded through ratepayers, then we think it should definitely be limited to just the benefit should be limited to distribution. And just again, I mean, it would prevent sort of cross-subsidy kind of questions of having distribution customers paying through distribution to subsidize someone else's supply. So we would not support that.
Yeah, next slide. Okay, moving on to seasonal or annual implementation. I think when considering this, we just want to consider fairness, making sure we're fair to all customers regardless of their fuel source. And I think, like has been said previously, staff overall is supportive of year-round assistance, right? In the winter, you have to heat. In the summer, you have to cool. And so it makes sense to provide assistance year-round. But we do see some potential, I guess you could say, challenges. But I think things that can definitely be worked out. But just a couple things that we want to highlight regarding like single fuel versus dual fuel customers. I guess some considerations you could say. And so, for example, if we just went down the seasonal route, okay, kind of the straw man or the low-hanging fruit position would be, okay, gas in the winter, or gas assistance in the winter, electric assistance in the summer. I know SMECO proposed assistance in the winter, but just for the sake of this, let's assume gas in the winter, electric in the summer. Under this setup, a dual fuel customer would receive assistance year-round, right? In the winter, they would get their gas assistance, and in the summer, they would get electric assistance. And so that makes sense. But if we then move to single fuel customers who are only electric, for example, if they don't have a gas utility, under just this kind of basic setup, they wouldn't get gas assistance in the winter, right? And so that's something that when we are designing this mechanism, we would have to account for. And so if we flip to the other option, if annual was in place, so each utility would provide monthly assistance year-round, we run into a kind of a similar issue, I guess you could say, where maybe less so of an issue, but where a single fuel customer would receive assistance just from their electric utility year-round, whereas a dual fuel customer would receive assistance from both gas and electric year-round. And so in designing any mechanism, we want to make sure that these customers, receive the same level of assistance if their incomes are in the same bucket, if you will. And so we think this can be overcome, though, because OHEP does collect the heat source on the applications. And so perhaps this information can be leveraged and communicated to the utilities just from OHEP to the utilities, and we can adjust the credits accordingly to make sure the customers are treated fairly. Next slide. Okay, moving on to cost and funding sources. Of course, the assistance has to be paid for. And so in our comments, we just broke the cost down into like the basic components. We termed them implementation, administrative, and assistance cost. Implementation would be kind of your initial cost to get things up and running. Your administrative cost would be your day-to-day operational cost of the program, and then the assistance cost would account for the actual assistance that is distributed from the non-eligible ratepayers to the eligible ratepayers. And so in terms of actually collecting the costs, though, there are a couple outstanding questions that need to be addressed or figured out. The first is the forum, like where or when are costs recovered. For example, in SMECO and WGL's proposals, they both proposed that a surcharge be put in place and the assistance be collected through that. That would avoid having to file a rate case or recovering this money through a rate case. But at the same time, there could be the path of collecting it through a rate case. And I don't know, if we did go down the path of collection through a rate case, maybe you could create a regulatory asset that would just track the cost, and then it would be addressed in the rate case. In addition to the forum, or where or how the cost would be recovered, we have to think about the allocation. I think this has been talked about a lot. Who is it recovered from? Do we go down the path of following the EUSP, for example, or do we go down the path of the rate case allocations, if you will? So that the allocation has to be figured out. In WGL's proposal, they noted something really interesting. And so I think a question we at staff are trying to, figure out or think about is, how burdensome would it be to implement systems such that the non-eligible customers pay for the assistance. And so in WGL's proposal, they would essentially just mirror their program that exists in DC, and how it's set up in DC is such that the costs are only collected from the non-eligible. And they said they could implement that in Maryland. And so it may very well be the case that we could go down that path where we just simply set up a surcharge, for example, and costs are recovered through the non-eligible consumers. In terms of cost estimation, I think staff isn't necessarily set on picking or aiming towards a certain energy burden without cost estimates. We want to see what is the impact to those kind of moderate income ratepayers, for example, that are just above that 200% of the federal poverty line. However, WGL and SMETCO both provided kind of rough cost estimations in their proposals. WGL just took DC, for example, so obviously things could change when they bring it to Maryland. But they were saying but their proposal would essentially cost roughly $1 a month. We think that's super reasonable. And so if that, for example, is the cost, then I think we could definitely get behind that. SMETCO, again, similarly, said that the cost would be reasonable. Under SMETCO's proposal, they would issue a $30 credit, and for them, they said it would be less than $5 for the 5 months that it would be in place. That's less than $1 a month. So again, super reasonable. These are just estimates, but I think moving forward, when we're talking about or thinking about what level of assistance is actually going to be put in place, the costs definitely need to be considered.
So just regarding community solar, essentially staff has not really comments at this time. Staff thinks that community solar already really does provide, the 5 to 10% discount to LMI. It's in the statute that the community solar should serve 40% of its output to LMI subscribers. So, we find that the existing law is sufficient to serve LMI. Regarding any questions about having LIHEAP funds being, set aside to pay for community solar fees and that kind of thing, we would probably need to talk to our community solar experts and get back to you. So back to you.
Okay. So now, kind of bringing it all together, and recommendations, they're, surprisingly or maybe not surprisingly, very similar to MEAC's, what they presented earlier today. Overall, we think, utilizing OHEP for eligibility determinations is the way to go. The way I think we're kind of thinking about data flows is that data would only go, or information would only go from OHEP to the utilities. We wouldn't want to make any, additional information channels, if you will, like between utilities or anything like that. We just want to keep it, a one-way stream and as simple as possible. We don't, and kind of in addition to that, we don't support the utilities handling income data. We think that would just be more difficult to implement. We think that would be time-consuming, and we think that would just be costly. So just sticking with OHEP, kind of doing all the eligibility determinations, and then relaying that to the utilities is the way to go. Again, just like MEAC, to keep things simple from the get-go. In terms of the actual assistance structure, if you will, as I said previously, we do not support the fixed payment option, which is where a customer, pays a set amount each month. We do not think it incentivizes energy conservation, so we do not do not recommend that. We do recommend, bill credits. We don't know. We don't have a certain amount yet, but that would have to be figured out. But we think bill credits are the way to go. And as previously stated, both WGL and SMECO propose bill credits. And so, at least from our understanding, at least some of the utilities think this is a reasonable way to go. We do support the tiered discounts. This kind of goes hand in hand with the OHEP and the eligibility determinations. And so the way we envision it is that for each tier of OHEP's benefits, there would be a set credit level. And so, I think this was previously said, so that we could target energy burdens for people at different income levels. Again, the staff is not necessarily set on a specific energy burden, but we think that can be explored. As Alex stated, we support distribution-only discounts, and in terms of annual or seasonal, we do think that customers or ratepayers should receive assistance year-round. But as I described, there's a couple nuances that need to be figured out. In terms of cost recovery, we don't really have an opinion at this time. We think this does need further discussion. Again, should it be through a rate case or should it be through a surcharge? And which customers should it be allocated to? I don't know. In terms of allocating the revenue requirement, if you will, or the assistance amount to the customers that get the assistance as well, we don't necessarily think of that as that big of an issue, because at the end of the day, when you factor in the assistance, in the net, those customers would still receive assistance, and we would structure the credits accordingly. And then finally, as Alex just said, we do not believe that community solar needs expansion. Okay, and so just kind of taking those recommendations and thinking about a path forward, again, keeping it's simple. The commission could direct a work group to coordinate and figure out the process whereby OHEP shares all the eligibility determinations. That would include the benefit levels for the customers, so that we could align them with a discount amount. The work group would work to determine the credit levels for each of those benefit levels or tiers, if you will. And so in doing so, we would consider all of the other assistance programs that are available at the state. And so those other assistance programs with this assistance, we would see, is 6% reasonable? And so that kind of leads us to the cost. What are the costs? What are the impacts on the ratepayers? And so kind of thinking through all that together would kind of lead us to what the credit level would be. But just taking a step back, we do firmly believe that the bill credits are the easiest way to do this. Then through the work group, we would also have to kind of determine the issue, or how to handle the issue of providing assistance on an annual basis. I think it could be as simple as OHEP just sharing the heating source data that they collect through the application with the utilities, and then the credit levels would be adjusted accordingly. But I think the work group could hash that out and develop a process to make sure everybody is kind of treated equal. And then finally, some sort of review process. We have, review this every 3 to 5 years, but, it might be a thing where, we come up with a first kind of pilot, if you will, and it needs to be reviewed after a year. And then once we think we are hitting our objectives from there, it's a longer term review process. And then one other thing I want to add that's not here, I guess 2 more things actually. One is, at least from you all, guidance would be appreciated, I guess, if we should explore areas of like arrearage management. As I was saying, I think Virginia and Ohio both had components in their PIP plans, and so that's something we could explore. And then regarding the energy audits as well, staff would not be opposed to making energy audits, free to eligible customers. I don't know if we would necessarily agree with mandating at this time, but making them more widely available, we would definitely support. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, Commissioner Barbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the witnesses prior to you made a proposal for automatic enrollment in community solar for LMI renters. Do you have a comment on that? I noticed that my impression is that you think that the community solar portion of the law is working adequately now, but do you have any thoughts about that proposal?
I think in regards to automatic enrollment, we would have to get back to you. We would have to have some internal discussions, but I think we can provide that to you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Fleshman.
So I wanted to explore a little bit more the fixed credit.
Okay.
Okay, so you're looking at an absolute number as opposed to what California does based on percentage.
Correct. Yeah, the percentage is kind of like a hybrid, but I think we would be in favor. I mean, we are in favor of just a fixed number. So it would literally be, for OHEPs, tier 1, which would be the lowest income level, we would set like a literal number. They get $50 a month, they get $60 a month, etc.
Okay. Except, I mean, if you've got a household that has a $60 a month bill because they're hardly ever home, then they're going to need very different assistance than somebody who is on oxygen and ends up with a $400 bill. So I guess the question is if we're trying to address the challenges of being able to pay a bill, it seems to me to make more sense to follow a California approach of doing it based on percentage. And so if we did that, how much of a challenge would it be? I mean, I understand, you set a number, $50, that's it. And so I assume it would be, it would be, more paperwork to do based on percentage. But can you envision a situation of, in terms of how it would work that would not be so onerous? Because I mean, if we're interested in doing something quickly, but we don't want to do something quickly at the expense of not doing it effectively.
Yes. I don't know if I can answer that right now. I would say, I hate to say this, but that is something that the work group could definitely explore.
Yeah, I really hate that you're saying that too.
Yeah, okay. The one thing I do want to say is PE in their proposal was a 50% discount to the distribution bill.
Right.
And so, given that they have proposed it, I would say it's not that burdensome, right?
Okay.
However, I can't
Maybe
speak.
because PE proposed it.
Right, but I can't speak for the other utilities, though. Right?
Okay. Yeah, no, I know. But if a utility proposed it, they obviously believe they have the mechanisms in place to make that happen. So from a staff perspective, if it looks more like a California approach, that's something that you think would be fair, or do you see problems with it? So if you had the 7 tiers and you have it, like 45%, 35%, so you're sort of following it down percentage-wise. Would that be something that would?
I think, to be honest, I don't know. I think we'd be happy to get back to you.
Okay.
To be honest, we haven't explored it that in depth. We were kind of more focused on the fixed payment and the fixed credit. But we can definitely think about that.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to solve the problem today. If you could take that back and kind of noodle it around, that would be incredibly helpful.
Sure. And if I may, just one more comment regarding the percentage. WGL in their proposal would be to get rid of the full distribution bill, and so it may be a simple thing where it's like, rather than the full, you just literally have like a fraction where it's like full divided by 2. So it might not be that onerous.
Okay, Mr. Lee, you had something?
I believe so. Can I clarify? You're saying similar to California, having it be a percentage of the bill amount? Is that
right? So if you have your bill and you have the distribution component of it, it would be, if you had tier 1, it would be you'd pay 65, or you'd pay like 30% of it, and then tier 2 would be 40%. In fact, so it would be based on your usage, or it'd be based on your distribution charge, but it would also reflect how much usage you have, so that it wouldn't be, if you're a high usage customer because you're somebody who is on oxygen 24/7. You would like to have a system in place that would be able to help you to pay your bill. and you're going to have high usage. And so maybe that $40 credit is going to be a drop in the bucket for you. So it's not going to really help you. But if you're a low usage customer, maybe you don't want to give $40 because that person's not using that much anyway. But and maybe they would benefit from $20. Sure.
No, I understand, and I appreciate that, because the percentage, there's, a lot of percentages being thrown around, with PIP, a percentage of someone's income versus, in this case, a percentage of
Oh, no,
bill.
the income thing, actually, I worry that's just it's gonna be such an onerous task for everybody. I'd rather give it to OHEP. But if we did it, if we did percentage based on bill, you can follow that, and presumably the utility is going to know the bill, and they can take a calculator out and. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Well, may I add one last thing to that? Oh, just reiterating sort of what we said, that there are programs that currently exist, and so this program would be sort of on top of that. And I would just simply like to point out, especially, staff filed comments yesterday about EUSP, but the EUSP benefit amount is, the actual calculation, it factors in for components, for variables, one of them being the kilowatt hour usage. Now there have been some changes in this proposed operations plan to that I think the commission may find interesting or deserves further investigation. But I would say, like, EUSP sort of captures or accounts for usage, and to the extent that this would be sort of a different mechanism or works in a different way, I just.
No, I actually think that's a really good point, and that's something I pointed out earlier. I think it's going to be really important for us to have a sort of total lay of the land. What's out there? What programs are in place? For each customer, it's going to be different. They're going to need different aspects of different parts of the programs. And on some level, we're really just trying to fill in the gaps of where it's not working. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, so going back to slide 9. Okay, so statewide or utility by utility implementation, and you talk about the non-utility parties wanted the statewide program, the utilities wanted a utility-specific program, and then after that, you recommend minimum uniform income eligibility criteria and not having different benefit levels between competing gas and electric utilities. But I guess I didn't see a specific decision about utility by utility programs or statewide program. So was that intentional, or is that
in terms of assistance, or you mean just in general, like
in
program-wise?
general? Yeah.
Well, so I think we're kind of breaking it down into the various components, and so like the eligibility, for example, that would be handled by OHEP, and so we think that would be statewide, right?
Okay.
The assistance, I think generally speaking, assistance-wise, we would favor it being consistent across the utilities, but I think we'd be open to hearing arguments. Obviously, there are geographical differences to the areas, and so there might be good reason for making the assistance levels vary. And so, so that's the eligibility. That'd be the assistance. In terms of cost recovery, again, I don't think we necessarily have a position one way or the other regarding, should it be recovered through a rate case, or would a surcharge be the way to go? Like I said before, WGL and SMECO both recommended or proposed surcharges rather than the rate case. PE's proposal, was originally a part of the rate case. I don't know if that speaks to their preferences or just kind of timing. And so I think at this time we don't necessarily have a preference for that either. Although I guess with cost recovery, I think there definitely could be some benefit to having that treated consistently, right? Everybody go the surcharge route, everybody go the rate case route, one or the other. I think that would be good, rather than having some people in for admin meetings, dealing with the cost and the surcharge and everything, and then some being handled through the rate case. That could just get a little messy, I guess. It would just be easier to understand. Everybody's going through the surcharge. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks. All right. Thank you very much. So my understanding is that the Exelon utilities, since they didn't offer anything at the last meeting, but not as a criticism, but sort of at our request, are now going to be offering a potential option on behalf of them.
Thank you. Right, I do feel at this moment like I'm going blind.
Yeah, I can't see it either.
I think, Crystal, it may be in the.
Oh, yeah, because I could really see this on the screen.
Oh, do you want me to switch? Want me to switch?
This one? Maybe check the. Oh. There we go. Okay, ready to go? All right, good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Taylor Beckham, here on behalf of Potomac Electric Power Company and Delmarva Power and Light, and joined today by Kaja Dana, our Senior Manager of revenue rates? I'm sorry. Rates. And then I'll let my colleagues from BG introduce themselves, but just wanted to give an opening, kind of just level setting. We certainly heard your comments from 2 weeks ago and thought that we would bring forward this proposal that John and Kaj are going to talk to you about today, but just want to highlight that it's really consistent with the recommendations that we did make about 2 weeks ago, but providing a little bit more color. So I'll turn it over to Crystal.
Thank you. Crystal Barnett on behalf of BGE, and I have with me today John Frayne, who is our Director of Regulatory Strategy and Revenue Policy. And I want to echo Ms. Beckham's comments that we appreciate the Commission allowing us to readdress you and present these proposals. And with that, I will turn it over to John Frayne.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. John Frayne. I am here with Kaja Dana, and what we have here for you is what I would call putting numbers onto the proposal that we actually included in our January comments that we provided, where we were recommending certain principles for the Commission, as well as an approach where we would recommend a percentage discount on the distribution portion of residential customers' bills. Before we get into the kind of details of what we're recommending here, I did want to have an opportunity, if you don't mind, to respond to a couple of items that came up today as other parties and interested stakeholders were presenting. One, just on kind of the energy burden question for Maryland and for Baltimore and maybe BGE in particular, as well as some of the numbers around rates that were presented earlier today. I would just echo Commissioner Barve, some of the thoughts I think that you were expressing earlier today, that I do think that numbers can, they can be looked at differently. It may be the same number.
I was also saying there was a possibility I was totally wrong, so there's that.
There is that. But, there's also, when we do, kind of analyses, assumptions that are, used in those analyses. And sometimes those assumptions can be, better or, not as good, I'll say. So one thing that I did notice in some of the numbers that OPC was presenting earlier this morning was that the average usage per customer that was inherent in the numbers that they were using, it just didn't seem like it was at least, kind of in line with what I see in terms of average usage for residential customers at BGE. It may be for a variety of reasons. It may be because, one number is weather normalized usage, one number isn't. It could be that, a certain number represents usage during the winter for gas customers versus, an annual number, right? There's a lot of different ways of looking at it. So I did just want to, have a chance to give you some thoughts on that. Second, I would say that I do believe that Empower has had a very significant impact on customer usage and on customer bills here in Maryland since it was implemented in 2008. And I think it's a very valid reason why we should look at, customer bills beginning in 2008 as kind of a marker, because I do think that that program that's been, running for 15 years or more has had some very significant impacts. In fact, at BGE, our electric residential customers, their average usage has dropped by 20% over the last 15 years, and that does have a meaningful impact on their bills. Secondly, I'm glad that the ACEEE folks, pointed you towards that 2019 report that had been done on the master meter buildings. I do think that that report would be instructive to, take a look at and understand things. I will say that at least for BGE, the number of master metered accounts that we have in our service territory have decreased since the time that that report was put together. If you look at the numbers in the report, they're as of 2018, and I think that there was roughly 550 between electric and gas, master metered accounts, and now there's just over 400. So there is a law that does not allow for new master metered buildings to, start taking service, and you can't convert to master metering, right? So that is, I think, the maximum number that we're going to see, and it should decrease over time. One other item that I would just call out from that report is that the report it doesn't go so far as recommending, but the commission noted in that report that one, area that could be looked at further is the idea of offering incentives for building owners who are master metered to actually offset the costs of them converting to either individual metering or some other, energy system that would allow those, allocations to happen. I'm not saying that that wouldn't be costly necessarily, right? But that is an option that could be looked at, and you might want to look at the report further. Okay. Anything else on that? Okay. So then the proposal we have here for you today is to recommend a discount of 20% on the base distribution rates for limited income customers. This is what we're recommending, and this is something we've been looking at for a while, quite frankly. This, kind of exploration of limited income customer rate mechanisms is not something that's new. There's been a variety of looks at this topic over a long period of time. In fact, the commission itself has looked at percentage of income plans before. It's looked at arrearage management plans. The last time that the commission looked at arrearage management plans was actually, I think, in the context of Public Conference 53, when the COVID pandemic was happening, and the commission actually had all of the utilities file proposals for arrearage management plans for the commission to review, and ultimately the commission at that time decided not to move forward with arrearage management plans, but that is something that's been looked at and could be resurrected. I do think that, we're not starting from scratch necessarily, and we should, kind of build on anything that's been learned in the past. So getting back to our recommendation here, we are recommending a discount of 20% on base distribution rates. We are recommending that right now as what we believe is striking a reasonable balance between the benefits that would go to limited income customers, as well as the total costs of the program that would, under our recommendation, be recovered from non-limited income customers. So we would recommend that customers receiving this benefit would not actually pay for any of the cost of the program and would be excluded from that. We are recommending that it be adjusted in the future, that it can be adjusted in the future. I'll say this isn't necessarily, a one-time look at this, and that it would be put into place and then set forever. This is something that we do believe the commission should look at, kind of putting together a process for reviewing it, putting together reporting guidelines so that there'd be a structured way to make sure that this is looked at and adjusted in the future as needs might change, and as the program design might need to change with the state and customers. We are recommending here that recovery of the discounts from the non-limited income customers be 75% residential and 25% commercial. That's actually the inverse of how EUSP allocation works today. I think that that's largely stemming from a belief that there should be some form of kind of cost causation in terms of kind of residential customers in general, and the desire not to have too large of an impact, I would say, on commercial customers, so that we don't create a situation where there's more of a detraction or a detraction created for businesses in the state. We would just want to note that the full implementation of this program, based on our IT requirements, would take 9 to 12 months. We think 9 months might be doable from the date that the full program design is known. So this isn't something that we could just start working on and make decisions on how this would work as we go along. It's something that we would want to make sure that from the time that we began work on it, that we had alignment and agreement on exactly what the program requirements are, eligibility, all of that would be, so that we can make sure that the work that we're doing doesn't end up not being able to be used. We do still recommend that a working group be formed to look at the full program details and to recommend those to the commission. We do believe that this is complicated. However, as staff indicated and others have indicated, I believe as well, we also believe that it is critical to get this assistance to customers as soon as possible. And so to do that and to do a working group effectively and efficiently, I think it would be really helpful to have clear guidance from the commission on parameters that you're looking for. For example, clear guidance on, yes, we would like to see a percentage discount, on the distribution portion of the bill, and other sort of parameters, so that the working group doesn't sort of spin its wheels on questions about what type of mechanism might work better. But if we really want to get something done quickly, we do recommend that there be clear guidance to the work group and a defined timeline. I think it's very reasonable to tell the work group we need an answer by November 30th on this question, and go forth and give it back to us. We do recommend this percentage discount because we believe that it's important that the discount vary based on the customer's usage. That will allow for, as customer behavior changes, quite frankly, as some customers electrify in the future, this will allow that, this program to kind of, change, relatively speaking, at least, with, those changes that might be happening in customer lives over time in the future. Anything you'd like to add to that, Kasha?
I will just confirm that the timeline for implementation for PHI is consistent with BGE's, and we would need to really focus on the appropriate design to implement it correctly.
Okay. Next slide. So the next slide gives you a lot of numbers. I am gonna, kind of point you to the red boxes, which if you're looking on the computer screen here, you can't really see very well, but on the printed out copies, it's a little bit easier to read, although the numbers are still really small. But essentially what we're recommending is this 20% discount. For this BGE slide, we're showing you in the middle column is the electric results, and on the far right are the gas results. There are 3 sort of columns of numbers under electric and 3 columns under gas. We're recommending the column in the middle, the 20% discount, but we're giving you numbers under a 10% discount and a 30% discount because we think that that's helpful to see and instructive in terms of understanding what, kind of, at least relatively speaking, changes in those discount percentages mean in terms of the, level of benefits that would be provided to the limited income customer, as well as the, bill impacts that non-limited income customers might see. So, today what we are showing you here are the scenarios under a population of limited income customers of 59,000 for BGE. That is the number of customers who received OHEP assistance in the prior 12 months ending June of 2024. So that number is actually, probably almost 40% more than had received OHEP assistance in the prior year. And that's, I think, largely because of the advent of categorical eligibility. And so the other thing that I would, kind of just bring to your attention is that I think these numbers are sort of where we are today, or where we were even at the end of June. But as we move forward and as categorical eligibility, sort of is able to help more customers receive the assistance they need, that population is very likely to grow. And so today, under the 59,000 customers for BGE, that represents about 5% of our residential customers. And with a 20% discount, we would actually have a total cost of the program for electric of almost $7 million, and for gas, just over $5 million. So a total cost of about $12 million all in, based on how much assistance would be given to the limited income customers. That would mean that, the average annual benefit per limited income customer would be $114 or thereabout for electric customers, and $138 annually for a gas customer. If you move down a little bit, you'll see that we've also got annual bill impacts for differing allocations, essentially, of how we might look to kind of recover the costs of this program. So under a scenario where 75% of the residential customers, excluding participants, 75% of the costs would go to the residential customers, excluding participants, and 25% of the costs would go to commercial customers. The annual impact for the non-limited income residential customer is $4 a year, a little bit more than that electric, and $6 a year, a little bit more than that for gas. For commercial customers, it's of course a little bit more, $13 for electric and $29 a year for gas customers. However, if I'll call your attention to the last bullets on the bottom right-hand portion of the slide. If the customer population for customers who are receiving OHEP assistance were to grow to, let's say, 100,000 customers, and I think that might be, there are various estimates of how many limited income customers might be out here in Maryland, right? And it could be double that 100,000 for even BGE potentially. The 100,000 customers, if that was to be reached, the total program cost would then grow to $20 million a year. And those, impacts would also grow, of course. So $11 for a gas customer who's not participating, and $7.68 for an electric customer who's not participating. So this is something that would largely probably be linear. The real only, variable here that wouldn't be linear is the fact that as the limited income customer population grows, that means that the non-limited income customer population shrinks a little bit, right? And so you can largely think of this as linear, but it won't exactly be linear because of that difference. So I'll turn it to Kasia to talk through the PEPCO and Delmarva.
Thank you. And thank you for this opportunity, Chair Hoover and Commissioners, to provide additional information to support our recommendation and proposal. And consistent with Mr. Frain's BGE proposal, we think for PHI utilities, PEPCO and DPL, that 20% discount is that recommendation that balances program benefits and costs. And the percentage discount, it also provides that the most streamlined approach to implement this project. So limits complexity, but also allows us to implement it relatively timely, as much as IT projects can be implemented timely. As far as our proposal and the numbers here, so numbers, of course, for PEPCO and DPR are looking a little bit different, but the same. The calculations provided are for the currently approved participants of energy assistance programs. So for PEPCO, that is 14,500, and for DPL, very close, 14,300. The tables are set up in the same way as BGE. So we're showing the percentage of energy assistance customers in the total residential population, 3% and 8%. The total cost that this 20% discount would be for PEPCO and DPL are $2 million and 2.7 respectively. There's a difference in the annual benefit for the customers. I would say this is mainly driven by the usage that is different between PEPCO and DPL. So usage of 824 and 1004. So the benefit would be $142 and $190 a year per customer. Similarly, we're showing the bill impacts based on different scenarios of recovery. So 75% from residential, 25 commercial, and then there's two more scenarios where we show the numbers, recovery from all classes and from all residential. So that cost here for the first scenario that we think is that right balance is the $3.32 for residential, $8.95 for commercial for PEPCO, and $12.44 and $20.10 for DPL. Similar consideration as far as growth of the program, right? If we were to expand number of participants to 50,000, those costs are growing to $7 million and $9.5 million. So I would like to now spend a few minutes and talk about DC RAD program, given that there were some questions 2 weeks ago. So just quickly, I would like to provide some overview. So RAD program provides qualified customers with the credit, monthly credit, equal to customer charge, energy charge, and then there are various other charges, RAD surcharge, SETF, EATF, and additional surcharges that those customers as designated as RAD customers would be exempt from. The costs are recovered from all non-RAD customers, so it's for all classes. The customers similarly are qualified through the state, through DOEE, and need to re-enroll every 18 months. And additionally, NDC RAD program operates in conjunction with a re-rich management program. So the table that is provided on this slide show comparison of the PEPCO's DC program that provides 100% discount on distribution charges and 20% scenarios for both DPL and PEPCO. So this really shows, especially for DPL, right, that the bill impacts that are shown in that bottom row of $8.23 for DPL are in a range that customers, non-RAD customers in DC would have to bear of $9.62. So this just shows, right, that design and one jurisdiction for one utility and cannot necessarily be simply moved and applied in another. Also, if we were to increase proposal for DPL and PEPCO to 100% discount, this would really drive impacts on non-limited income customers high. So for DPL, it would be $41. For PEPCO, $7. I will just add that, again, from implementation perspective, it is not a straightforward and easy to lift program for one utility and move in the billing system for another. And just there's a lot of different nuances that our IT teams have to work through, and that's why the application isn't very straightforward and isn't easy.
Yeah, I would just also mention that we are concerned about finding a solution that could be implemented sooner. I know that 9 to 12 months does not sound like a very quick solution. We realize that, and so we have been looking to see if there are even interim solutions that could be done quicker, perhaps even on a temporary basis until the programming for the a full program that the commission might prefer could go into effect. I think to the extent that the commission wants to see something like that done, I think giving that direction to the work group as well would be helpful, to say that the work group should look at whether there are interim solutions that could be done, on an expedited basis to get something in place sooner. Those interim solutions may need to vary from utility to utility more than the, kind of permanent preferred solution, because, different solutions may be easier for one utility to implement than another. But, if the commission feels like, getting the assistance to the limited income customers is worth it to do that, that is something that I think would be worthy of discussion further in the working group.
Commissioner Barbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, thank you for the presentation and the way you lay out the numbers. But just a very quick a couple of quick questions. You are talking about 75% residential and 25% commercial. So describe for me which kinds of commercial enterprises these would be, and then walk me through the reason why you would have that kind of a split.
Yeah. So I think that, a couple things. One is that I think, the commercial customers, we are proposing that it would be all other commercial customer classes. So, it would be, all businesses, from your small dry cleaner to your large industrial facilities. And the impacts that we're showing here are an annual cost, but to be quite frank, those are going to vary pretty widely, customer to customer in those commercial classes, just because there's a wide disparity of kind of usage needs for energy, and what the rate structures look like.
Well, maybe I should have asked the question this way. Pardon me for interrupting you.
Yeah.
Maybe what I should have said is, does this ratio of 75 to 25 approximate the amount of electrons they actually use?
It does not. That wasn't, kind of the basis for how we came about the 75-25. It was really thinking about EUSP is the inverse of 25-75, but we also realized that this is a residential customer program, and so, we were trying to be mindful of, taking costs of a residential program and placing them on commercial customers. At the same time, I think that the allocation, just like the allocation of revenues to classes in base rates in general, is really something that's under the commission's purview. And so, if you felt like a different allocation was one that was more appropriate, I think that's fair to strike. Our recommendation here is really just because we felt like this is a residential customer program, and we wanted to find some balance between kind of putting all of the costs on the residential customer class, the non-limited income portion of the residential customer class, and then all other commercial customers.
Well, the reason I asked if it approximated the amount of resource that they used was not because I just want to have a feel for how close it is to that. Would it be possible for you to produce those numbers?
Sure. Yeah, we could definitely look at that. I don't know if you know offhand what that looks like, but yeah, we could get that for you for sure.
And
yeah.
just to be clear, maybe what you're asking, are you looking for like the average or commercial usage of a customer, or per class?
I was thinking you were looking for the percentage how of our total electric usage
of your
in
book
our service territory. What percentage is residential versus what percentage is?
Well, I mean, I know that we're not a heavy-duty industrial state. We don't have gigantic car manufacturing facilities and stuff like that. But it would be nice. I would find it useful to know what percentage of the electricity goes to residential versus commercial, just for my edification.
Sure.
Yes, we can provide that.
Oh, and I think I had another question here. Hold on, wait a minute. I did. I'll remember it after Bonnie asks her question. I can't remember now. Didn't write it down.
I'm going to just take forever then. Okay. So first, thank you for coming back in. I really appreciate getting the proposal. So thank you. And it's detailed, which I always really like. As I see, I'm looking at the last page, and also thank you for printing this out because I can't possibly read that. I'm looking at the last page, and the DC residential aid discount is 100%, and it's applied across all customer classes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So how did they arrive at the 100% figure? And the decision to go across all customer classes, as opposed to your proposal about 75% across the residential and then the rest across the commercial industrial.
So I think this goes back to state policy and general direction, how the cost recovery works. The RAT program was established in 90s. There were some changes in 2010. It was redesigned, but I think that recovery from all classes has been maintained over time.
Okay. Because we certainly could go along the DC route of just doing 100% discount and just have it applied across all customer classes. But I was actually thinking, I mean, I understand that it'll take about 9 months to put something like this into place. But I also worry about how long it can take the work group to resolve all of the various issues. And I'm wondering if it's possible, I mean, given that we probably will end up, I think, we'll end up with something like this, but we don't necessarily have to end up with this. Is it possible to take, the 20% or the 30% discount as an interim measure, so at least to get the program up and running, and then provide the work group with some detailed sort of thoughts. It's hard for me to imagine that even with detailed approaches that the work group could possibly finish something in 9 months, and maybe I'm not being as optimistic as I should be. But to have this as a recognized interim approach, so that at least we can put a Band-Aid on, and then take the Band-Aid off when we're able to do so. For example, if we did 30%, and just have it sort of be across all customer classes, but then look at the idea of a tiered approach where we can adjust the percentages, and we may go higher for some and lower for others. I'm assuming that with something like that, you'll have some of the IT in place to be able to then put in place, assuming we decide to go along that path as opposed to another path.
I'll just say that I am not an IT expert, but based on what I heard.
None of us are. So. And they're probably pulling their hair out as we sort of are coming up with these approaches, but go ahead.
What I hear that layering in different components over time into a solution in a billing system creates potentially complexities and can cause different dependencies in the system that will need to be adjusted. So the feedback I received from our IT team is to really focus on the full design as best as we know.
Well, but the reality is we're never going to get the full design. And you heard the ACEEE person, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And so maybe we can get some good in place. It's actually helpful to be able to get the IT people to tell us what they can do quickly and what will take longer to do. But it just seems to me if we have an opportunity to get at least some pieces of the beginnings of a program in place, so that and with some direction on focusing on other aspects of it, maybe that's how.
I could completely see that, Commissioner. I think that, kind of saying we think a percentage discount on the distribution portion of the bill, 30%, right now, work out, all the other issues, but go forth and do that would be helpful. And in my mind, putting that in place, even if you said that's the program we want today, I don't believe that should necessarily be the permanent program forever anyway, right? So whether you call it the interim solution today or,
I think we need to call it an interim solution,
Yeah,
only because I mean, at least from my perspective, I think we need to make it clear that this is not the program. And it's not, and I'd hate to have sort of this approach where the work group can't come up with a solution, so then it becomes the de facto program. I mean, at least from my perspective, get this thing up and running, because we're looking at a situation where, whether you trust the ACEEE numbers or not, I think everybody can agree that the low and moderate income community is hurting.
Yes.
And if we can get something in place now, recognizing that it's interim, and then have the work group come up with a better, and it's probably not the final approach anyway. I mean, these these issues have a habit of changing in severity, and so we need to be nimble and be able to adjust if we need to.
I totally agree. I think doing that would also give us the data to know how to adjust in the future. For example, if we wanted to move towards some form of tiering, we program it so that the 30% is in place, but then we track data about like that impact in the different tiers so that then that can inform what you might want to
Well,
do
and
in
have,
tiers.
how it's having an impact on arrearages. So if we're seeing that 30% is having a significant impact, well, maybe then we can focus on another aspect of this. But if we're seeing that it's having no impact, well, then maybe we need to up the number. So that could actually be a very important piece of the discussion.
Agreed.
So, okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Sure.
So, looking at your spreadsheet and your methodology, clearly there are two primary variables, and they are the number of customers receiving the benefit and the percentage cut of the volumetric.
The discount, yes.
The
That's
discount. And so I presume that, let's assume that an interim solution was very much similar to this. I presume that altering one of those two variables, once the software has been laid down, altering those two variables is going to be relatively simple.
The way I would see the programming done, I don't, the customer population as it grows, if it is based on, more customers receiving EUSP assistance, the programming it will naturally happen, right? The only variable that might need to be changed in the programming in the future, to your point, would be that percentage of discount if that is a variable that we wanted to, change. We could also do something with.
But that wouldn't be. Once the software is created, altering that wouldn't be complex.
It should not be complex. It would mean touching different lines of code, I guess. But you're right. It shouldn't take 9 months. I wouldn't presume.
Right.
I'm not an IT expert, so I can't tell you exactly what it would take. But I agree with you that it should be.
Obviously, the way you've composed this, and I'm just looking at the BG&E chart right now, the way you've composed this, you're saying that you're going to be giving a benefit to 5% of the ratepayers. Am I reading that correctly?
That's right. The 59,000 customers that we had as of June 2024 that were, in this population represented 5% of
So as your customer base grows, I don't expect it to grow, super fast, but as it does, it's the 5% number that's going to be more, what do you hook it on?
It won't even be the customer base growth that would really change that in my mind. It will be categorical eligibility, and, I think we expect that, the number of customers receiving
will be roughly 5%.
I think it will be growing. I don't think it will stay at 5%. It could be 10%. It could be more, right? Because I think as, categorical eligibility takes root, I think we're going to see that more customers are actually able to get assistance. Hopefully the funds will be there. The assistance funds will also be growing to, continue to give them the assistance. But as the number of customers able to get assistance grows, because I think, we've heard from different stakeholders that, the number of customers who are limited income are much more than the number of customers who actually are receiving energy assistance and getting it, today, each year, right?
So and you're not the guy who's going to be sitting down writing code, but I have to presume that any system that had a more complex tiering methodology would be much more difficult to both write and to alter as time went by.
Agreed.
And I think in that scenario, we would want to really set up that ability as we are setting up interim solution. So then we don't have to, change something that would cause issues.
Right. No, I'm a big believer in future-proofing software, but not very good a practitioner at it. So Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you. That's it for me.
So I actually have a question for the other utilities that are in the room because I see them. So this is a problem when you're here so I was wondering if so you PE and SMECO have heard our conversation, and I know that PE has a proposal for a discount, a 50% discount for the winter months. But how, if we were to we've heard proposals today that the approach should be consistent throughout the state. And so if we were to come up with an interim approach that sort of adopts the consistent approach, recognizing that that is also interim, how would that work for PE and SMECO?
So actually, let me do this. I was going to invite the two of you, and actually in WGL, if they're
in WGL
in the room. So after we got done with Exelon, I was going to invite the three of you, if you wanted to add anything, because I know you actually gave us proposals before, but if you wanted to add anything on it based on what you had heard today, and I guess now in response to this question. So just sit tight for right now.
Okay.
We'll get you up here in
All
a
right.
bit. So.
That's all.
Okay, so I guess my question is there a reason why Delmarva has the highest percentage of customers receiving energy assistance? I mean, I'm looking, they're at 8, Pepco's at 3, and BG&E is at 5 and 6. I mean, and this may just be a guess, but
This is really just different customer base, a different territory. There's also higher usage. There may be various reasons, but that's how we see it.
Okay.
The territory we serve under DPL totally different than Montgomery County or PG County.
But in line with the concern that was raised by Mr. Frayne about categorical eligibility, increasing the pot of recipients, I mean, isn't that more likely to be true in the Pepco service territory than the DPL, just because the Pepco service territory just has a lot more customers?
I think it's hard to tell, and that's why I think that decision on the percentage discount and what it should be, could be revisited, right? Evaluated. I think the 20% it's reasonable to start with. Could be a little more, but I think over time, really, we will know how it really looks and how the costs are looking.
And for BG&E, for the total number of customers receiving energy assistance, it's essentially 97,000, right? You add the electric and the gas companies, or is there some overlap?
No, there's overlap. Yes, there's overlap there. That's right.
You
So
know?
it's a total of 59,000 customers, because all of the customers receiving assistance,
Okay.
I think, have electric assistance, and
Okay.
some of the electric customers also have a subset of them
Okay.
get gas
All right.
assistance too. Yeah.
Okay, I see. So, and then getting back to the master meter thing, since that's kind of been a topic today. So, given the change in the law, that we have now a fixed universe of master metered customers, and I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the vast majority of them are Exelon customers.
So the largest number of master metered customers, I believe, are in electric customers are in Pepco's service
Okay.
territory.
Oh, okay.
The largest number of master metered customers from a gas perspective, I think, are in WGL's territory. If you look at the report, that was produced in 2019, that's there are a significant number of customers in BGE service territory, of course, as well. But the vast majority of the gas, there's like 3,000, I believe, that in that report, gas master meter customers, and they were WGL for the most part. There's a couple hundred now, even less than a couple hundred here in the BGE service territory.
Yeah, I have the numbers right here from the 2018 report if you want me to
Sure.
read them. So of the 500, and this is of course from 2018,
Right,
of the
right.
approximately 539 accounts, so there was 840 total electric master meter accounts in Maryland. 539 are served by Pepco. Delmarva Power and Light has 291. I'm sorry. The 539 is the PHI number. 291 is the BGE number, and 10 is the PE number. For gas, Maryland investor-owned gas utilities, we had 3,393 gas meter accounts identified. 259 of those are served by BGE, and then 3,134 accounts were served by WGO.
Okay, so next question, and again, this is probably somewhat speculative on your part. I mean, if we were to submeter that universe, I mean, how long is that going to take, and how much would it cost?
Yeah, so I think that in that report there was an estimate of the cost, and
Yep.
do you know what it is, Taylor? Yeah.
Sure. The data, so the cost to submeter large master metered accounts, and it just says 146 accounts covering about 34,000 apartments, is estimated at $22.9 million.
2019.
And that was 2019.
Right, yeah. Yeah, yeah. And is it, I mean, is that a complicated process, engineering-wise, or?
You know, I could speculate.
Let,
but I
let
don't
me
think you-
let me suggest this. I mean, I heard a lot of testimony on this sort of subject matter. It depends on the building, but for most buildings, because we had bills to put sprinklers in apartment buildings and sub-meters, it ain't cheap, generally speaking. But for some buildings, it's not. You know, it's a mixed bag, but it's more. There are more expensive scenarios than inexpensive scenarios.
So actually,
All right.
so there was a suggestion earlier that I think it was from the ACEEE person that in states that have these assistance programs, if they're in master metered buildings, the owner of the building is required to pass on the benefit. I mean, it may be complicated, but I wonder if there's sort of a way that we could. It certainly would be cheaper than $22 million.
Yeah. There is a provision in the BGE tariff actually that prohibits, customer with a master meter to charge their tenants more than what they are charged for the utilities. But quite frankly, I think enforcement would be the challenge around some of this. How do you enforce?
Okay.
How we do that? So. Okay, thank you very much. So, Smecco, WGL, Potomac Edison, I guess I need you to come forward just to at least answer Commissioner Sussman's questions, but if you've got other thoughts that you want to offer based on what you heard today, feel free to do that. So, but you're not required to, so.
Apparently, BGE owes me a drink, but or something. I don't know. Well, thank you.
Didn't need to stay.
Yeah, well, exactly. Damon Krieger on behalf of Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. I'll wait for the others to come up.
Reluctantly, Jessica Reba on behalf of the Potomac Edison
Have a little
Company.
more enthusiasm.
I knew I should have left to pick up my daughter 20 minutes ago. Just kidding. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So,
It's WGL.
Spencer here, or?
He was here before.
Yeah, he was.
He chose wisely.
Go ahead, and then
Sure.
if he shows up.
I
I'll-
took down a couple notes,
Sure.
and I want to make sure I appreciate the full question, Commissioner Sussman, before I address that head on. But a couple thoughts from today. It does seem like everyone's fairly aligned on this notion that eligibility should be determined by the state and then passed on to the utilities. That's consistent with what we filed in terms of our proposal, and so we appreciate that there does seem to be consistent alignment on that. I do think a working group would be an appropriate forum for honing down on eligibility, because there are lots of nuances to what that exactly means, and obviously the process for getting the data points to the utilities. But at the end of the day, I appreciate the fact that everybody seems to be aligned with at least what we put on the table, which is we don't want to be in the income verification game. We're not equipped to do it. We don't have the resources, and so the state already does. And so appreciate that discussion so far. Just for the record, SMECO does not have any master meter billing at all in its service territory. We don't have a lot of multi-unit dwellings to begin with, but we do not have any master meter facilities left in our service territory. So that is a non-issue for us. If it is a dwelling unit, it has a meter. There was some talk about energy efficiency audits in terms of whether they should be mandated or strongly encouraged. I think everybody's aware that energy efficiency audits are available to all customers, certainly in SMECO's territory with respect to the population we're talking about. DHCD would manage those programs, and my understanding is they are available for no additional charge, no incremental charge to conduct an audit. So whether they're strongly encouraged or mandated, those audits are available, and certainly something we would strongly encourage and do strongly encourage our customer members to take advantage of. And so a link to that opportunity is certainly a good one. In terms of a discount opportunity or a bill credit, I think that's sort of where your question was going, Commissioner Sushman. We have thought through the bill credit. That is what our proposal is. And so we're comfortable with what we propose in terms of being able to quickly initiate a bill credit program. A discount sounds similar, and so again, without not being the IT expert here, I can't say with 100% certainty, but it feels like a discount could be thought through and implemented. It may not be as short a time frame because we do have experience with bill credit, so we know that works. A discount would be presumably some coding that applies a set percentage to an existing rate.
But you can take this back. And,
I will
and
certainly
so-
take
okay,
that
that's
back, and
great.
we will think that through. And obviously, if that's the direction that comes from the bench, we'll move forward as directed. But it does feel like a discount and a bill credit are somewhat in line, at least in principle, with what the ultimate objective is, which is to lower, at least the way we present it, the total cost of the bill. And I think that's where some of the differences are in the nuance, in the details here. Our proposal is to put a bill credit because it's the total bill that really matters for our customer member at the end of the day that's in this population. To apply a discount to a distribution charge may get the same net effect at the end of the day, or the energy charge, whichever line item is selected. But the bill credit at least universally addresses the total
But
bill.
you'll let us know, once you sort of take it back, you'll let us know what SMECO thinks about something along the lines of what the Exelon utilities were proposing.
If the request is to report back on whether we could implement a discount in addition to a bill credit, I'm happy to report back that information, or if that's going to be a direct.
No, it would be in place of.
In place of a bill credit. Sure. I can report back on that.
Okay.
So I'll offer that. Oh, sorry. Were you done?
Just one more.
Yeah, sure.
Mayor,
Sorry about
I'm sorry,
that.
apologies.
Yeah.
I think the last just takeaway is in terms of cost recovery and then just transparency. And I think we heard transparency, that word used by OPC as well when Mr. Lapp was at the table. That's really important to our membership as a whole. This is a significant, certainly social policy opportunity as well as potential cost. And we strongly urge the Commission to support a transparent cost recovery process and line item on the bill. Our proposal would have a line item on the bill that reflects both the bill credit or the discount so that the recipient would appreciate what's coming their way, as well as on the cost side, a line item, and whatever the program is called, that's sort of secondary in my mind. What's important is to show that there is a separate line item cost that each member is going to have to pay to support this program as a whole. So that's really important to us. And the surcharge, which was proposed by us, is important for a couple of reasons. One, it certainly insulates and protects the financial health and well-being of the cooperative. And the alternative, of course, would be to effectively force a rate case that may or may not be required at some point in order to recover these costs. So that is the best way to protect the financial health and well-being of the cooperative, as well as to sort of keep consistent with the notion of transparency. So just to highlight it again, that's really important for the cooperative in terms of ensuring that the costs are timely recovered.
No, you're fine. I'll offer that for Potomac Edison, in that 2019 report that everyone's referencing, we had 10 master metered buildings switched, so it could only be the same or less now. So that's not an issue so much for our service territory either. We did propose the discount program, and we proposed it because, as we said, that's what we have a very similar program in West Virginia. So that would allow us to really hit the ground running, excuse me, out the gate. So I think we're talking about maybe some tweaks to it to match what Exelon's proposed, if I'm understanding your question. So I can absolutely take that back. I know, for instance, we proposed to collect the costs from all residential rates. So that's a one.
Well, and it would be all year. So that would be the one.
And it would be a full year instead of just winter heating.
Right. So
correct.
I'm
Yep.
assuming once the IT stuff is addressed, it could be, you could take it through the entire year.
I don't anticipate that that would be an IT issue. Yeah, that was more of a policy position than a programming one. Yep.
Okay.
And that answer would be the same for us. We proposed a winter-only bill credit because that's where, at least in our opinion, our customer members that are in energy assistance group are in most need. And so to the extent that there's a directive to look at the whole year, we can look at that as well. Again, we did look at it from a bill credit perspective, so I know that's feasible to do it throughout the year from a bill credit perspective, but I will make sure we look from a discount perspective as well.
Yeah, I think our idea was, hey, let's see what impact this has over this period and then consider. But if we wanted to start with the full year, that's certainly doable.
Okay, thank you very much. So, one of the things that I've heard today is this desire on the part of pretty much everybody that if we establish a working group to flesh this proposal out, whatever it might look like, that we, quote, give it clear direction. So in line with that, I'm going to ask all the parties to submit to staff a list of issues, topics, concerns, and what I'm thinking about are sentences, not paragraphs and pages, of things that we should make clear to the working group. And I'm not going to guarantee you that we'll answer every single one of them, but we'll at least take a look at it. And it'll be an order issued by the executive secretary with a time frame, so it's not going to be like tomorrow or the next day, but in short order, and submit all of those concerns, topics, questions, requests for direction to staff. They will compile the list and give it to us, and then we'll use that as part of our decision-making process. And I guess with that, we're adjourned. So.